Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to welcome you this Saturday morning. It is already past 9:30, so now we are inviting you to the final of our campaign. The Wolf is talking about SMA. All right, I am also saying this from myself. My name is Bartosz Kwiatek, and it is going to be my pleasure to be a moderator of the summary of this campaign. I am very happy that I am here with you. The inauguration of the weekend with SMA is going to happen at 10. But at the beginning, we are going to talk about this excellent project where SMA Foundation, Polsat Foundation joined forces, and everything was done under the patronage of the Polish Society of Pediatric Neurologists. And this exceptional campaign was created. The Wolf is talking about SMA. Well-known people read fairy tales. And now, after 1 month of this campaign, we are going to sum it up. August is the month of knowledge about the SMA. So this campaign has become a very important part of the promotion of SMA. And Dorota Raczek, president of the SMA Foundation, will take place in that. Katarzyna Bedrycz, deputy president of the SMA Foundation. Professor Katarzyna Kotulska-Jóźwiak, who is the head of the Department of Neurology and Epileptology of the Child Memorial Hospital. Nachocz, who is the president of the Polsat Foundation. And we also have here Director Piotr Dębski from the Biogen Poland. Without Biogen, this book would not have been ever prepared in Polish. That is why we have here the director with us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the most important person is the author.
We are very glad
Sorry,
that you
I
are
don't
with
hear
us
you.
with the SMA
Non sento
family.
niente.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear the interpreter? 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 Checking, checking, checking. Can you hear me?
So once again, do you hear us? No to mamy problem z połączeniem.
All right, it seems that we are having a problem with the connection.
We have some technical issue, I think.
I don't hear you, and I don't know if you hear me. So
No ale to może zespół techniczny będzie pracował.
All right, so let us hope that the technical team is going to work on the technical side for the author of those stories to hear us, and we are going to summarize it without wasting time. And now I would like to start with the president of the SMA Foundation and this campaign. How did it happen? How did it
Do you hear
happen?
me?
Yes. But do you hear us?
Everyone is here.
To mam nadzieję, że
All right, I hope that the author can hear us now, but I would like to give the floor to Madam President. Yes. This campaign, the Wolf is talking about SMA. This is something which is incredibly important. A friend, a volunteer of the SMA Foundation, Maria Gryzińska-Gregoła, saw this book in Italy. She read it, and she was so much inspired by it that we as the foundation decided to translate it into Polish. It turned out that in cooperation with Biogen, it was possible. It took some time, but now we have our therapeutic tool for Polish children. Was it worthwhile waiting? It was. I told you that it is the joint effort by SMA Foundation and Polsat Foundation. During the meeting of the Polsat Foundation, Katarzyna Bedrycz came with those stories. Can you please continue? Yes, true. I am a great supporter of the idea of those stories. I know their content. I know how they work on my children, both the sick one and the healthy one. I can see that the stories have the therapeutic power. I came to the foundation with this thought that it is something great, and we were understood immediately, and our cooperation started at once. The foundation decided to widespread the information about those stories and then present them beautifully, and we are in it together.
Teraz panią muszę zapytać.
All right, Madam President, so I have to ask this question of you. Why did you decide for the SMA Foundation representatives to come to us? The book came out, The Wolf is talking about SMA, but it's Polsat Foundation and Polsat Television. We are entering that project, and we are really giving the frame to those stories, but we are also widespreading knowledge about the SMA. Hello, morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think that this is a very easy question to answer on behalf of the foundation. For the last 25 years, we have been there for children. We've been trying to support children. SMA, it is a rare disorder, and this is yet another thing which is very close to our hearts. And for the first time ever, we encountered a situation when we can sort of domesticate, if you will, this rare disease, SMA in this case. And it is done in a way which is highly convincing, because we are reaching here to the most delicate feelings, heart, understanding, showing to the more extended community, not only children with SMA and their parents, but also a more extensive groups of society. We can show how these children experience the same feelings healthy children go through. There is no difference between them, because sometimes these children are really excellent in terms of their IQs. Sometimes they are simply physically not that fit. And I think that this is what these stories are about. They are also about hope. Today, when we are summarizing our activity, your activity of the SMA Foundation and the Ministry of Health, here where we are as compared with when we were a few years back, we can say that this hope has arrived. Well, excellent. Professor, you were one of those people who read those stories.
Wzięła pani, tak, wzięła pani udział w akcji.
You participated in the campaign and you read a story.
Zna pani doskonale problem.
But you also know very well the patients with SMA, because we have been dealing with this for many years. When you met those stories for the first time, what did you think about it? Those stories are really fantastic. Those stories help. And they help not only people who are the community of, people who are sick and their families, but also others, including physicians. As you said, I have been involved in the treatment of SMA for years. And in spite of that, those stories have given me so much. Thanks to them, I was able to have a different look at what people with the disease go through. But those stories gave me a tool to talk with children, first of all, but also with parents of the sick children. Those stories somehow allow us to get acquainted with the reality, and they can be useful not only in SMA. This fairy tale way of the presentation of the problem, presentation of what is going to happen and what we have to face up with in the future, it can be taken advantage of when we talk with any chronically sick child or the family. Well, Director, I would like to ask you a question. Those stories in the context of their content, because your company delivered the first drug. It changed the history of the spinal muscular atrophy. When nusinersen came out, this terrible disease finally could be fought against. But as far as the stories were prepared, they came out before the drug was available. Why did you invest in the project? I would like to congratulate everyone who provided the patronage: SMA Foundation, Polsat Foundation, Polish Society of Pediatric Neurologists, and those who were reading those stories. That was really excellent. Well, clinicians who also recommended those books, because we understood that we expected that it's not only about the pharmacotherapy, but it's about the mental side and the struggle patients experience and the families of the patients experience. They are as important as pharmacotherapy. So the awareness is so incredibly important. This is what we hear from parents of children, how great a support these stories are for them. It is, well, a great prize for us, and this is really the reason for great, well, inspiration. It's not about body, it's also about soul. I have to admit that one of those stories announces the subsequent stage, which is a drug coming. Can we hear the author, or can the author hear us? Not yet. So we are waiting for the connection with the author, because this is a question of him. As a matter of fact, whether the next edition is going to come out of those stories, the second part, when the drug is available, and I hope that I will be able to ask this question. But now I would like to go back to the representatives of the SMA Foundation. You are in the family. You are those who are very close to the problem. You are in the SMA family. Everyone was talking about it. The campaign took place in August because this is the month of knowledge about SMA. That is why I would like to ask you what kind of a tool these stories became for you in terms of education and universal attitude. So on the one hand for the community, but also on the other hand, as you said, for everyone. I am in the world of the family. I am a mom, and Dorota is a mom as well. So frequently, we encounter the situation when people ask us, what is the disease of your child? And then we tell them the symptoms of the disease and the outcomes of the disease. But the emotions, everyone imagines those emotions differently. It is difficult for me to convey what I feel, what my child feels. Sometimes it is difficult for me to explain what my child feels. It's difficult for me to explain what those difficulties are for us. And in the stories, it is illustrated with words and also beautiful drawings. That is why I believe that this language explains our situation. It demonstrates it, and it allows us to move there and feel it. And we know that feelings are a very strong means of communication. It allows us to show what the SMA is, what it is to live with a disease, and what is the difference between the disease and and health. Dorota, let me add that this book, for people who are not sick with the SMA, is also a disease. People who are not aware what the disease is, they can learn about us from those stories. They can learn our emotions. I know that people were really moved to tears when it was read, listened to, or translated. It is very moving that we have this tool at our disposal and that we can widespread it. I would like to add that the book was also translated by a mom of a child with the SMA. So you can read those stories with those feelings. But when you talked about the emotions were the emotions of everyone who ever saw these stories, because the board of the foundation felt it. But when we look at the friends of the SMA Foundation, our partners, our stars, actors, journalists who got involved in the campaign, well, tears were omnipresent. People were very emotional about it. Absolutely, you are so right. I think that everything started with a meeting In our foundation, we are used to working with parents of children with disabilities, but this book really made a huge impression on us. We waited for what well, people in charge will say, because Polsat Television supported the project very much, but we waited for their decision, and the decision came out very fast, and the response was exactly the same as ours. This is what Professor said. It is true that it is about SMA, but everything is about also other diseases, not only rare diseases. It simply is the possibility to bring the world of people with a disease closer to people who are healthy. It's for parents and for children. For many, many years, this process of exclusion was in place. I'm not talking about big cities. I'm talking about small towns where sometimes parents were ashamed of their diseased children. Children were locked up at home, and now we try to get used to such diseases. And I believe that this book should be a mandatory reading at school. It is something which is so important, and it teaches so many things: love of another person, empathy, and understanding.
To ja jeszcze muszę przyznać, że
I have to admit that the spinal muscular atrophy in the media space, whenever we talk about education and about promotion of information about the disease, the problems of the SMA community, the possibility of physical therapy and treatment, it is really an excellent example of how we can conduct the information campaign. Because you must realize that if spinal muscular atrophy gets into this huge bag of rare diseases, well, we are really very happy to have this plan of rare diseases adopted by the government. We are going to talk about it during the debate, and it was adopted on the 24th of August. That was my name's day, so it made me really very happy. But let me go back to the communication. Professor, I would like to ask a question of you. What happened that the spinal muscular atrophy, one of many rare disorders, became visible in the people's awareness? I'm asking about us journalists, because the mass media are not really very happy to deal with the rare diseases. General things are said about them, but it really happened that already some time ago, a few years ago, spinal muscular atrophy became a hot subject. People started to talk much more about it. And as a matter of fact, this communication and the presence of problems of people with the disease, as well as their families, grew and evolved. Then nusinersen, of course, this is another breakthrough. But thanks to that, spinal muscular atrophy was again in the headlines. Well, the drug came out, the first one, so long awaited. I think that everyone believes that it is the only. This is well only the great merit of the foundation. The association was so determined to run the awareness-raising campaign about the disease in the society, but it is also about their will to support the actions that took us in the direction of finding out as much about the disease as possible, and then participation in the development of drugs. It is a model example of the activity of the non-governmental organization that has an objective which is very clearly defined, and it does it really very effectively. And now, even now in the book with the stories, there is a story about how the community works for people with the disease, and it illustrates very well what was happening and how the foundation worked.
Not only in Poland, because the community of SMA patients and families is very active around the world. And it seems that it has been the key thing for the success. And the second thing is what you have already mentioned, namely the medicine has been found, and it dramatically changed prognosis and the way the diseases develops in the future. And it also showed how SMA can be used as an example to talk about rare diseases where research is needed, clinical studies are needed to launch new medication that may make a huge difference in the life of the patients. But definitely, patients, organizations played a major role in the process. Well, I have been told that the author has been able to hear us over the phone. So once again,
Author of this book, psychologist from Centro Milano, Nemo, Centro Clinico Nemo from Milano. We are very glad that you are with us, with the SMA family. And are you planning to write the second part of the book? Because the first you had written before discovering the first drug.
Good morning to all. Hello. It's very hi. I'm sorry, but it's very hard to hear you. So I'm trying to understand what you ask me, and but it's really a pleasure for me stay with you today, and so this marvelous meeting. Thanks to invite me. Do you hear me?
Yes, we are
Okay,
hearing you.
okay, okay, okay. Um, uh, I'm um, I'm honored to be here with you.
And what do you think about our fairy tales reading project?
Um, I think that you made a very well media campaign, and I think that you make a very good work. And I am sad that I don't understand Polish because I wish to hear and read everything you said and wrote in these last weeks.
So once again, I try to ask you about the second part of fairy tales. Are you planning to write it? Because the first you have written before discovering the first drug.
Yes. There is a project for the future. I already wrote the second book, and I hope that here in Italy we can publish it, and maybe in future you can have the new book. I can say you that the title is Wilk, so wolf, it SMA.
Great. So
So
we are
he eats SMA.
So I would like to ask you about your patients because you are a psychologist. How's your patients' lives have changed during last 3, 4 years?
Oh, I think that everything is changed because there is a new hope because um, the future is change thanks the new Zinnerson and the other new projects for SMA. I I think that uh, mm, the families have new fears. I think that in past families try to understand how fight against SMA, and nowadays they know that there are new hopes, and that in future things becomes better. So here in Italy, the mood is positive, and families are happy.
Thank you very much. All the best. We are very glad that you are with us. And we are waiting for the second part of fairy tales. Panie dyrektorze, czy jak będzie druga część, to rozumiem,
Can we hope for the translation of the second part of the fairy tale? Well, okay, we are here in public in stage. We will on the stage. We will do everything possible to be your partner in this project. For us, it was really rewarding to see the success of the first publication, and we would like to continue. Well, hopefully, my boss will not fire me if I make this public commitment here. And I will say that we are going to publicize it on our through our broadcasting, because this project is fantastic. And as we said, it is targeting SMA patients and the families. However, being part of the foundation, I have a broader picture. I can see also other diseases. As Professor Puszczyk said, we do have a Copernicus turnaround here. I don't know how to call it, a breakthrough, a milestone. Years ago, it was even hard to dream about it. So speaking of the book, because I got sidetracked, but if there is the second book available, okay, it's being written. He said that it's done. Okay, if this is ready, they will publish it in Italy, and we will do it right after. Because nusinersen is broadly used in Poland, not only for children, but also for adult patients. We may say that we are probably the leaders in Europe. So this is very important in Poland. And this book is even read by adults who suffer from SMA. So it is of great importance. Professor and the director, you wanted to add something. Yes, it's just like with our national anthem, that we bring things from Italy to Poland. Well, Professor, I understand that you will be part of the reading exercise. But I have to say that it was a very stressful thing for me, but I am prepared to do it again. But I wanted to say something else, too. Perhaps from the perspective of patients and the families, perhaps they don't have this kind of awareness, but each discussion with a child with the new SMA diagnosis is a major challenge for the person who communicates that to the family. So to us, it's also important. We feel the emotions. It's really something very meaningful. So perhaps during the second part, we will get a mention of the child that was identified through the screening. Well, yes, you said that this is a very difficult discussion with the family, with the parents. But perhaps I'm too optimistic, but I believe that it's much easier today because a few years ago, you were basically giving a death sentence to the family. So how can you tell the parents that, okay, today your child is alive, tomorrow it may be gone? Now we may say, look, your child is suffering from the disease, but we do have tools that may help, and the child may get better. So we do have screening. So I think that this is good news. Okay, so I may say that with good news for the communication about SMA, in parallel, we have medical progress. when we see the work of the scientists around the world, we can tell that medicine is actually improving here. Nusinersen was the first drug, but now new therapy options are emerging, and we will talk about it during the debate. It is scheduled for 10:30, but we started late, so we have a slight delay. We are about to wrap up this introductory session. Some of the experts will come back for the opening debate, but for the final word, let me pass the floor to the president of the SMA Foundation, because very soon we are going to start the proper opening of the conference. Well, as always, we would like to thank our guests, and let me ask Natalka to join us. And let's go down to Natalka because we don't have a ramp for her to get on stage. But I would like to thank on behalf of the entire community. Professor, thank you for your participation for the fairy tale. Thank you. It was truly moving. And for showing the courage every time. We would like to thank the Polsat Foundation for helping us raise SMA awareness. Natalka is very brave. We would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to read these fairy tales in Polish. With Bartek, we are going to stay for the next session. We will thank him later. Of course. So right now we are moving on to the opening ceremony, and I will meet you back at the debate, probably 10:40. So see you again soon. Well, I will get back on stage so that everyone can see me, as I'm not very tall. Welcome everyone at the 9th weekend with SMA. Yesterday we had the official gala and the official greetings, but today we have serious business to discuss. So we are moving on to the official part where we are going to discuss things that are important to us, and we are going to speak about the changes. We will speak about what is happening, about what is going to happen. We planned 3 blocks in the agenda. There was a small reshuffling, but I understand that everyone was updated on that. Let me invite Mrs. Katarzyna Kotulska-Jóźwiak to the stage, who will speak about the development of SMA therapy and efficacy of treatment over time. Professor Katarzyna Kotulska-Jóźwiak. Good morning again. Well, the topic is time-related. And I thought that, as a matter of fact, we should be talking about free time access for the development of the SMA therapy. Well, first, new drugs and the launches of the new drugs. And the second, time access it's not entirely parallel, but this is about the drug approval and availability of the drugs for Polish patients. And the third timeline is patient perspective. So when the treatment is most efficacious and when it can be most successful. But speaking about the fairy tales, to follow up on the previous discussion, I just want to say that at some point in time, we had a moment when the discussion with the patients and the families was very difficult. It was at the moment when the drug has already been discovered, but it has not been available in Poland. Hence, I'm saying that these timelines, time axes are not running in parallel to each other. So this is already covered. I've said that I want to speak about these three things. So first, let me start with the knowledge developments. You are very familiar with it. I just want to make sure that I follow the right order. The disease has been known for more than 100 years. It has been there probably for a longer time, but for 100 years it was well investigated and described. But nothing really happened despite the clinical description of the natural progression of the disease. What will happen if we don't do anything? And only during the past few years, we had a lot of information about the pathogenesis and the underlying causes of the disease and possible interventions. Currently, we have 3 registered drugs, and a range of other drugs are under clinical trials. I think that the breakthrough year was 2016, when the first drug was registered. It really changed the natural progression of the disease. And the drug is nusinersen. We've already talked about it. But research started with Professor Kreiner's lab. Professor Kreiner suggested that the change in the production of SMN protein by the SMN2 gene is the way to go. And the first clinical trials with the first clinical trials with only ASO were registered in 2017. And the first trials were really like a sprint run.
Nusinersen was registered at first in the United States, as it is the case of most of the drugs in rare diseases. The first approval is in the United States, then Europe follows. But the interval between the European and American approvals was really very short. This drug uses the specificity of the spinal muscular atrophy. The same protein is produced in different amounts by 2 copies of the gene. That is why the action on the other copy of the gene can change the natural course of the disease because it delivers the correct protein. It is intrathecally administered. You know this very well, but how is it approved? It is the most widely available drug because the approval of the drug requires just the diagnosis of SMA, which results from the SMN1 gene mutation, and it is the whole indication for treatment. There are no limitations pertaining to the age of patients, type of the disease, number of the SMN2 gene copies. There are no limitations here for nusinersen. As I said before, this drug uses the other copy of SMN gene, and it is called SMN2. It is very similar to SMN1, but in the result of the change of one nucleotide, very little of the correct protein is produced. When the modification is bypassed, then much more of the protein can be produced. I also mentioned that the study started in 2011. Certainly, everything started with the phase 1 trial, but then there was another study that covered the full spectrum of patients with SMA, not only type 1. Everything started with studies included mainly patients with SMA type 1. Why? Because it is the fastest trial to execute. The disease progresses very fast, and so very fast we can conclude whether or not the drug is effective or not. And moreover, here, when there was no other drug available, it was easy to identify what was the efficacy of treatment. The efficacy of treatment was the fact that patient did not die or the patient was not ventilator dependent. And as a matter of fact, in the first clinical trials was sufficient for the regulatory authorities, which is FDA in the United States and EMA in Europe, said, fine, we can conclude those trials because they proved that the drug was effective. And only later on in the subsequent trials, it was possible to add additional endpoints, what we wanted to prove in terms of the efficacy of the drug. That is why in the first trials, as you all read the literature concerning the efficacy of drug. In the first trials, there was no assessment pertaining to the less important event from the perspective of the survival of the patient is the possibility of preserving the swallowing reflex or the influence on some other functions. It was just about survival. As well as ventilator dependence and a CHOP intent score. But later on, new trials were started connected with later onset SMA. It is important that all those trials are still pending. The patients who participated in these trials are those who are treated up to date and that their follow-up is being continued in order to gather as many data as possible pertaining to long-term efficacy as well as safety of the treatment. I also wanted to mention another thing. You must know about it, but it is incredibly important for me. These are the two trials. The first one is the trial. The first one is about the patients who received treatment prior to the onset of the first signs and symptoms of the disease. But there is another difficulty that I wanted to outline. The identification whether a neonate, like a 5 or 6 week old neonate, presents with no symptoms of the disease. It is not that simple to identify. In the clinical trials, we also have patients who, well, in the reports from the clinical trials, we can see patients whose scoring is, well, some people believe that they are asymptomatic, but in CHOP intent score, they have only 20 points. And I have doubts. Other people may also have doubts whether this patient is really totally asymptomatic. That information is important to this extent that it makes it incredibly difficult for the comparison of those drugs head-to-head. And I will talk about it later on. And there is another trial that I wanted to mention is a DEVOTE trial, and it is taking place in Poland as well. And this is connected with the higher dose of nusinersen. In the first trials, nusinersen was examined at several doses, but the 12 milligram, the highest dose, was approved because it turned out to be the most effective. The higher dose was not checked, and I think that this is really a very reasonable trial to check the higher dose. And now a few words about the efficacy of nusinersen. It's been mentioned many times up to date, but in the first trials, we can see very clearly that patients who started their treatment with the 2 copies also improved, with the 3 copies improved much better, with the 3 copies of SMN2 gene. And now, next to the clinical trials which are at our disposal, we also can use the knowledge which is connected with the drug, which is administered in the routine clinical practice. And there are more and more articles, publications about it, and they are important since they refer to the patients who have never been enrolled in the clinical trials because they were either older or with a more advanced disease. The second approved drug, which works on SMN2 gene, is risdiplam. I have to get used to this name because in Poland it is pronounced risdiplam and not risdiplam. The first clinical trials were registered in December 2015. So it is a little bit younger. It was approved at FDA in 2020 for treatment of patients with SMA based on SMN1 mutation at the age over 2 months. So there is some limitation pertaining to the age of patients. What is a very important feature of this drug is that it is administered orally. And EMA approval is very similar to the American one. So patients over 2 months of age, up to 4 copies of SMN2 gene. The trial with risdiplam also cover a broad spectrum of patients, all those with SMA type 1, type 2, and type 3. It is incredibly important to note there is another trial of pre-symptomatic patients with SMA. It is still pending, so we can't share the results with you, but a characteristic feature is everything which is finishing with fish. All those trials are with the fish. And rainbow fish trial, we are all waiting to see, is to identify the efficacy and safety of therapy in pre-symptomatic patients. And very briefly, some information about the efficacy. As compared with patients with SMA type 1, we can see here the improvement of patients in CHOP intent score during treatment. And the third approved drug, which is Zolgensma, and this is a gene therapy. And it fulfills the criteria of the European Medicinal Agency for Gene Therapy because it delivers the correct SMN1 gene copy. This is the youngest drug approved in SMA. The first clinical trials were registered in 2017. In 2021, this drug was approved for patients with SMA. One or up to 3 copies of SMN2 gene. The limitation of EMA is the patient's body weight. 21 kilograms, but according to all the guidelines, it is 13.5 kilogram. It's simply a result from the fact that the doses up to this weight of patient were studied. In FDA, there is a simpler limitation. It is the limitation of age up to the 2nd year of age. This drug is based on the viral vector. It is the adenovirus type 9-like virus, and it is administered intravenously. It does not replace the healthy copy with the diseased copy with the healthy copy, but with this spherical molecule, it delivers the correct copy, which is subject to the continuous translation. It provides the correct SMN protein. And it has to cross BBB, but thanks to the viral vector, it is possible. Clinical trials of the gene therapy also cover a broad spectrum of patients with SMA. However, now it is limited to type 1 only, because the trial that was to administer the drug in patients who are older is put on a hold for the time being. There is another trial which is presented here, and this is the trial of pre-symptomatic patients, and the results of this trial are already available to us. But let me start with the trial that was on SMA-1 patients. We can see a significant improvement in CHOP intent score. The difference to the right and to the left is that there were 2 doses examined, high and low dose of the virus with the transgene, and we can see that the low dose was not effective as the high doses. That is why the higher dose is approved. But it is not the end of this time axis, because the approval of these 3 drugs did not conclude all the clinical trials which are still underway. We know that some of the drugs which were studied for spinal muscular atrophy did not meet the expectations. It is olazoxam, first of all, and it happened already a few years ago. And now, a few weeks ago, a decision was made to conclude the development of another oral drug, branaplam, in the SMA group of patients. This product is not going to be developed anymore, but there are trials underway on those drugs that would increase the contraction power of muscles that patients with SMA have. So these drugs would not deliver correct SMN protein, but they will influence the muscle itself. And let us hope that those therapies will continue to be developed for the symptomatic patients to be able to improve the quality of their life. The most important issue, what is not less important than the choice of treatment itself, is the time when to start treatment. For a few years, a golden standard is the molecular genetic test. We could try to introduce screening tests, and now we know that screening tests are conducted in Poland, not only in Poland, by the way, but in many other countries as pilot, or they encompass part of the population. There are also tests for people with the disease, and there are also in numerous countries where in population the carrier status of the mutation in SMN1 gene is also tested. The other time axis I was supposed to talk about is the availability of treatment in Poland. This timeline is shorter because the beginning is 2017 when the early access to nusinersen program was launched, and this program was significantly limited as far as the number of patients is concerned. The total number of patients was 30, and they were treated under this program, but at the same time, there were negotiations underway with the Ministry of Health connected with the attempt to reimburse the drug. In 2019, drug program at our disposal was launched, and it really is working very well. This program covers broad access to nusinersen as well as the administration of drugs in different centers. It is very important indeed. In 2021, a few months ago, we saw the beginning of screening tests of neonates. Now we have 3 identified patients. 2 are already being treated, and 1 patient next week, most probably, he will get the first dose of the drug. Additionally, in the whole landscape of SMA treatment in Poland, we have patients who receive early access to risdiplam. It is a group of 50 patients, and there are actions undertaken to provide for reimbursement of risdiplam. And if I am not wrong, I think the reimbursement process is underway. The application has been filed. Same can be said about the process connected with the gene therapy. The situation is slightly different because gene therapy is connected with the reimbursed drugs list, connected with the co-financing in the medical fund. It's a different path of financing as part of the healthcare system in Poland. It's a new path. We will see what it is going to be like because it is just an experiment. And this experiment is something for us to simply wade through the new tracks. Now, in terms of the drug plan or the drug program, it is very extensive. To provide the treatment to the patient under the B102 program, which is the drug program of nusinersen, it is enough to diagnose patients with SMA, as well as checking the number of copies in SMN2 gene without any limitations. The number of the copies does not constitute an indication for treatment. It is simply required for the qualification of a patient to the program. There are no limitations whatsoever pertaining to the age of the patient, SMA type. Pre-symptomatic patients can also receive this treatment. I just wanted to show to you another thing, how the access to treatment was changing throughout the execution of the program. You can see individual quarters of the year. Blue bar is children, orange bar adults, and the gray is the total. The total number of patients who are included in the drug program in the subsequent quarters of the year. And everyone was on board. Those departments and those faculties of pediatric neurology and neurology that covered patients under the drug program, these were not new departments or new wards. These were people who added to their regular activity the execution of this program. It is 7 hospitalizations in the first year of treatment and then 3 hospitalizations in every subsequent year. It is the necessity to find the bed. It's necessary to find the bed for such a patient, and this is a huge effort. And please note how fast it was possible to do it. And now, in every subsequent quarter of the year, we have newly diagnosed patients included in the treatment, and there is a small group of those who are still waiting for the treatment, and those are mainly adult patients. We actually do not have children waiting for the treatment in Poland. This is the number of centers. I think that everyone realizes very well that before the treatment era in SMA, there were just a few places in Poland that dealt with the treatment of the disease, and it was mainly about the diagnostics. From time to time, checkups, and that was it. And now we have 29 centers in Poland which are really active, and they are well distributed all over the country because, as a matter of fact, there are no places from which it would be really very difficult to get to the center which runs the program. The plan of implementation of the screening tests of neonates is underway, and this is the plan for 2021 and for 2022. This is the number of the regions we are going to still have uncovered, and at the end of October 2022, all of children born in Poland should be included in the screening. And the third thing is the time of the implementation of treatment, as well as the efficacy in individual patients. This is my favorite graph. It is not a new graph, but it is my favorite one because it shows very clearly why the time matters. You can see here the comparison of patients who have 2 copies of SMN2 gene. Most probably the most severe type of SMA. The orange bar shows patients who started their treatment prior to the onset of symptoms, and the blue bar is patients who started the treatment after the onset of symptoms, but patients who participated in the approval study of nusinersen, and the patients who at baseline were not really in a very bad form. They had the capacity to spontaneously breathe, and they had also the borderline value in the functional score, which allowed them to get involved in the treatment. Those were not very severe patients, and those were neonates. And please note, or infants. And please note that all the patients who are treated prior to the onset of symptoms do not require mechanical ventilation. 30% of those who are treated after the onset of symptoms require mechanical ventilation. Only those who started treatment prior to the symptoms are walking, and 80% of them can walk. Same goes for the assisted walking. Almost 90% of those who were treated asymptomatically, and none of them who started the treatment after the symptoms started. Very few have the possibility of independent seating if they start treatment only after the onset of symptoms. And all people treated before the onset of symptoms can seat unassisted. So it shows that this moment from the beginning of treatment is incredibly important. It's the timeline of a few weeks, and it makes a huge difference. It decides about the quality of life of such people for the rest of their lives.
Therefore, the screening is vital, since it allows to start treatment in pre-symptomatic stage. Now, very briefly about the results. Nurture, so that was a nusinersen study, and we had patients with 2 and 3 copies of the gene included in this study. And here you see the job intent score and the milestones. as I mentioned with the orange slide. So sitting, independent walking, nearly everyone, or assisted walking, nearly everyone. And this is job intent assessment. Everyone who has 3 copies of the SMN gene develops in a standard way for their age. Those who had 2 copies of the SMN gene are a bit slower, but they are very close to the proper child development progress. Rainbow fish, so risdiplam study for pre-symptomatic patients is in progress, so we are waiting for the results. In terms of the gene therapy, we had a sprint study for pre-symptomatic patients with 2 and 3 copies of SMN gene. So this is similar to nurture, but different endpoints, which makes comparisons a bit challenging. But I was trying to extract things that are comparable. So after 1 year, the efficacy for 2 copies and 3 copies of SMN2 gene, all the patients survived with no need to use mechanical ventilation, and some of them achieved such development stages as walking, but these are younger patients. Average age is 10 months. So these are not patients who at this stage would be expected to walk, even if they are healthy. So to summarize the developments of the past years, a few breakthroughs. First of all, the treatments were launched that modified the natural progression of the disease. One of the therapies and treatments is broadly available in Poland. We are able to diagnose the disease fairly early and early start the treatment. It is possible because we launched neonate screening in Poland. We are in progress of reimbursement processes for 2 drugs out of all drugs that have been approved for the market. What is missing is the ability to have a one-to-one comparison for the drugs so that we can come up with the most suitable drug for each patient. Hopefully, we are getting closer to the moment when we will have more individualized or personalized treatment that would be tailor-made and that would render best benefit for a given patient. Hopefully, the new therapies and treatments that we are looking forward to, specifically regeneration treatment, will be further developed and at some point available for the patients. And hopefully, we will be able to say at some point that we have a broader range of drugs that can be used so that we may come up with individual treatments for our patients. Thank you very much for your attention. Co teraz next?
Robisz next. To ci potem przerwę ci pokażę, bo tu jest
Dobra.
więcej, bo to trzeba ustawić teraz.
Dobra, to na przerwę.
Pamięci.
Thank you, Professor. Right now, we are going to start a debate and 2 housekeeping announcements. The wolf has to move to the tent together with the children. We have games and fairy tale reading and integration exercise for our children. Therefore, I would like to invite 2 gentlemen to state who up to the front of the room, and they will help me get the wolf out of the room and move it to the tent.
teraz moment na dyskusję.
Now it's time for our debate. New prospects for treatment and caregiving to SMA patients. Bartosz Kwiatek will introduce the panelists.
To szanowni państwo, jeśli chodzi o gości, uczestników tej dyskusji.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let me invite Professor Katarzyna Kotulska-Jóźwiak back to the stage, the head of the Neurology and Epileptology Clinic at the Child's Health Center.
Zapraszam również panią
Professor Monika Goss, the head of the Genetic Department at the Children's Health Hospital. We have with us Mr. Grzegorz Błażewicz, who's the Deputy Patient Rights Ombudsman, and Kacper Ruciński of SMA Foundation. And Professor Marcin Czech is joining us online, right?
Nie ma na razie, to czekamy jeszcze na pana profesora Marcina Czecha.
Okay, so we are waiting for Professor Marcin Czech to join us.
Pan doktor Jakub Gierczyński. Nie, zapraszamy. Zapraszamy. I jeszcze czekamy na prezes fundacji.
And we are waiting for Polsat Foundation president who will join us shortly.
Rozpoczynając, mamy kilka punktów w trakcie tej debaty do omówienia, ale zanim przejdę...
We have a number of things that we want to discuss during the debate, but before I start the debate formally, there is one more important thing. Please all raise, and Dorota will disclose the details. It is our tradition to have a minute of silence to say farewell to those who have passed away.
Dziękuję bardzo. Zapraszamy do dyskusji.
Has already addressed that, but now let us look at it from the point of view of things that we are looking forward to. Professor Kotulska mentioned certain milestones and where we are today. Well, we have already implemented 7 regions. Western Pomerania was last to join, and now we are getting ready for Wielkopolska and Lubuski region to join the group. So far, we have screened nearly 43,000 patients. 3 have been confirmed, and there is a 4th patient coming this week who will get his diagnosis. As I said, during the next month, we should start screening in 2 area regions, Wielkopolski and Lubuskie region. We are just looking for additional equipment. Professor, do you see any risks for this program? We obviously have a roadmap. We know what and when should be done to cover the entire country. So we actually know the planned rollout, and we know that some other European countries decide to do it at one phase, so everyone is included at once. Some countries do it in the step-by-step approach. Do you believe that there are some risks on this journey? Well, let us remember that the Polish population is much larger than Czech population or Austrian population that have approximately 10 million people, so they have fewer persons to test. We are very optimistic with about our progress. Hopefully next year we should complete the process. The risk is very prosaic, if you say, namely the labs, given that we have a pandemic, COVID pandemic, and there are many COVID tests being performed. The production of all the sort of consumables that are used for the lab testing, including genetic testing, has been strained. So we have seen the challenges with that, and this is a worldwide problem for all the laboratories. So we are optimistic. I believe that labs are well on board, so we do not see the risk with the labs. The labs can be the risk is with the supplies, for instance, reagents for testing. Well, you mentioned pandemic, so the pandemic is still out there. We know that currently we have a small count of infections, but we know that there are mathematical models showing that the next wave is coming. So coronavirus pandemic overlaps with the problems that SMA patients have anyway. And I wanted to ask a question about it. Professor, have you seen coronavirus affecting medical procedures and how we work with SMA patients? To some extent, yes, but it was not as bad as we might have imagined. It is true to say that we didn't have problems with postponing the program or doses because of the pandemic, or these postponements did not pose the threat to the patient in terms of ability to participate in the program. And the program was actually doing quite well during the peak of the pandemic and the strain on the hospitals. But there is another bad change that comes with it, and this is access to rehabilitation. Many patients during the pandemic had very restricted access to the rehabilitation services. As a result, their condition deteriorated. And that was something that we could feel not only for SMA patients, but also for general population of patients. And this is of great concern. Kasper, what about the community perspective, meaning the pandemic situation? So what were the most frequent problems that were flagged? The greatest issue was uncertainty. People felt threatened. They didn't know how the situation is going to unfold, whether they will be having access to treatment. Especially at the beginning of the pandemic, we didn't know if this virus is going to kill people who have already impaired breathing. So this concern and this anxiety was not just Polish. It was pervasive worldwide. Various communities coped in different ways. In Poland, we were quite reasonable. We didn't have the panic that was visible in the UK community. The stress and the lack of certainty, but no one knew what the next day may bring, but really affected the mental health. And there were issues with access to healthcare services. I may think about several situations with people with SMA were let in, but their caregiver was not admitted when SMA patient had to be at the hospital. And I'm not speaking about neurological wards, but completely different wards like cardiology. Or I remember another lady who was giving birth. She was supposed to give birth, and she was in a wheelchair, and her husband or partner was not let in. She had to be on her own. No one was helping her at night. And the hospital director said, no, impossible. We have COVID restrictions, no accompanying individuals or caregivers are allowed in. So these were major difficulties. And hopefully today we know much better how the virus is behaving, and we know how to cope with such situations. Thank you. Now the president of the foundation is joining us. But please move with your chair, doctor, because you're being hidden behind the pulpit.
Panie ministrze, to pozwoli pan, że w kontekście tych problemów sygnalizowanych przez panią profesor, ale też
So in the context of the problems that were flagged by Professor and the community of SMA, the Office of the Patient's Ombudsman has been advised about these problems, so I don't think that it comes as a surprise. We know that the pandemic boosted the problem. So what do you do to actually offset the negative impacts of the pandemic? Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that each patient is expecting comprehensive healthcare services that would be readily available, accessible, and represent high quality. All these criteria have to be met for the treatment to be satisfactory. If one of these things is missing, then people get frustrated and unhappy, whether patients themselves or family members, caregivers for minor patients. Now, the patient's ombudsman got more reports and complaints from the patients since the pandemic, and I think that the increase was triple or quadruple. And all the channels of access were used. In terms of the telephone information, we had 4 times as many incoming connections. In terms of the email communication or regular written communication, then we had a triple increase of cases. Whenever possible, we are trying to take individual approach, and we want to scrutinize each case. We want to help and provide guidance to the patient or the caregiver. There are also cases where we need to intervene right away, and the pandemic has not really forced us, but really made it very clear to us that patients are also expecting such immediate intervention by the patient's ombudsman.
And all the organs of administration and all the institutions should be prepared better to the formula. Well, they were used to something which was traditional in writing. We get a signal and then we send a letter to the institution, the primary care clinic or hospital, and then we clarify what it is about. We explain the situation, but currently we are at such a stage that next to the individual clarification procedures, which are regulated in the law on patients' rights and the patients' rights ombudsman, next to the processes connected with the violation of collective patients' rights. It has always been the case, but the scale was lower. Now we also intensify actions which are connected with direct interventions in those institutions.
które wskazują na bezpośrednie zagrożenie życia bądź zdrowia.
There are situations which indicate a direct risk to life and health of a person who is giving the call.
Zaczynamy uczyć się tej pandemii. Na początku wszyscy byliśmy zaskoczeni.
And at the beginning, we all were surprised,
Realizowaliśmy te zadania związane z
and we took up the tasks that are connected with the healthcare. And I hope that now, with the fourth wave, there will be different problems and limitations coming up.
Ta sytuacja już dla dotychczasowych
But let us hope that the current situation already taught us something.
reagować, jak optymalizować ten system udzielania świadczeń zdrowotnych.
What to do with the system of the provision of the health services, for what I mentioned at the beginning, to be really guaranteed to patients to the maximum degree.
Teraz chciałbym prosić o zabranie głosu.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Dr. Gierczyński to speak.
Można powiedzieć,
Dr. Gierczyński, for years you have been a friend of the community of SMA,
weekendach ze smakiem. Teraz
and you participated in the SMA weekends. And now when we are talking about the screening tests that we waited for, could you please systematically order the line of affairs and say where we are going? We made some progress, and we are really very happy about it. And now to other aspects. On the one hand, I'm asking this question of you as a doctor. On the other hand, you also are an expert in the area of management in healthcare. Because the new options, what is coming up, what we are striving at, it is also a challenge in this area. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to thank you for your very nice words, and at the same time, I would like to comment what Professor Kotulska-Jóźwiak said in her lecture. Incredible things happened. It was January 2019, 2.5 years from that wonderful date when nusinersen was reimbursed in the drug program. And Professor Kotulska-Jóźwiak showed the number of centers, 29 centers. It is also thanks to the community of pediatric neurologists, as well as neurologists, as well as the concept of the development of this infrastructure of care, that Poland entered with now so many centers. We are talking about COVID-19. Think about the possibility of having just 4 centers or 5 or 6 centers, and half of them would be locked down, because we know that in the first phase of the pandemic, mainly medical personnel was at risk, and we do not really have the excessive number of medical personnel. And this is for Professor Kotulska-Jóźwiak and the whole community of neurologists who led to the point that we have 16 centers for children and 13 centers for adults. If we are to confront it with the plan for rare diseases, which was adopted a few days ago, once again, I would like to thank very much the community of clinicians. Let us remember that part of this plan was developed by neurologists. Professor Anna Kozdera-Pruszczyk developed the whole chapter on patient's passport. And I also would like to remind you that the operational plan for rare diseases, it's going to be simply tested in fire. There are 6 crucial things: expert centers, and again, we have 29 of them. Diagnostics that we are talking about, access to treatment, access to drugs, Professor Kotulska talked about. We already now have access, great access to nusinersen under the 102 program. Well, by the way, it really works perfectly well. It is, this program works really very well because the coordinating team headed by Professor who monitors the activity of this program very well is in very close operational contact with the National Health Fund and the Ministry of Health. It's incredibly important. Very many programs had their operation hindered because there was no group of experts. So group of experts which are so good and so well grouped in the coordination team that would respond to everything which is happening. The registry that we are talking about in Poland is also part of the European registry, patient's passport, as well as the information platform. And we have here 2 phases of the information information platform for every patient who is sick could have access to information as part of the disease that we are talking about. And then the second phase of the platform is the IT infrastructure. It's important for the information to be simply sent out between the centers. It is incredibly important. The plan for rare disorders was adopted also because of the fact that the SME community showed on the example of SMA how important rare diseases are. And it was also about the media, and the media informed really in a very responsible way how the care can be provided. As a my example, it was really a torch. This torch supported the plan for rare diseases. It is it is two-way street. It is based on synergies. Well, the initiative of the rare diseases program is one thing, and another thing is the example of SMA. It shows that there are already now expert centers and diagnostics is underway. If we live long enough to see the time Professor Kotulska mentioned, which is November 2022, the whole country is going to be covered by the screening test program. Poland is going to be a leader in Europe, in the European Union, also thanks to the fact that you presented this as an issue every step of the way. And public officials understood that early diagnostics, as Professor showed in her lecture, that time is like neurons, and it has fundamental significance. So from the perspective of the system, when I look at you, I'm incredibly optimistic that things are only going to get better because at the horizon we can see two therapies that are coming. The professor is talking about gene therapy, the medical fund, which was supposed to be the next initiative to improve the access of patients with rare diseases to care. It's not only to drugs, but also care. And I think that I will comment on this a little bit later as well. And the first list of innovative technologies was to cover 21 technologies. Then those technologies went down to 11, then they went down to 5, and now it is just gene therapy in the play. So in other words, if there is some consistency presented by us in terms of the implementation of the medical fund as well as the innovative list, then let us hope that gene therapy is going to be made available to you. Thank you very much, Doctor. Using this opportunity, I would like just to finish the aspect of the new era in the treatment of SMA, and to sum up the screening test. I would like to ask the question of the two professors about the path. What is this path? How long does it take? And what is happening to that information? That starts with you, Professor. When there is this, test, we get a positive result. What happens next, Professor? Generally speaking, for years in Poland, we've had the screening tests of neonates, which is funded by the Ministry of Health. Every neonate which is born in Poland on the third and fourth day of life gets blood to the screening test, and it goes to one of the testing centers. There are two samples taken because the second sample from all the neonates goes to the Institute of Mother and Child, where the tests are done for the disturbances of the metabolism of amino acids and fatty acids. But it is also used by us to check for the possibility of the spinal muscular atrophy. Theoretically speaking, that paper transportation by courier takes 1 day. The situation is when the sample is taken on Friday, because then we know that the courier will not come to us on Saturday or on Sunday. There is no possibility to do that, and then we have the delay. But in general, it is within 1 or 2, maximum 3 days. Every neonate gets the screening tests taken. If the result is negative, usually on the second day from the moment of the registration of that sample in our institute, we know that the result is negative. What is worthwhile mentioning is that genetic tests are quite specific here. For the execution of genetic tests, it is necessary to express informed consent. This consent in screening tests is done in such a way that a mom or the caregiver of a child signs that test And if we do not have the signature, then we can't perform the test. And our department contacts mothers if they failed to sign it to get their consent and be able to perform the test. If the result is positive from the screening test, then we confirm the result with an additional technique, and then it takes 2 up to 3 days. And then information about a positive result goes to one of the centers that treat SMA in children, and at the same time the coordination team. We are in email contact and telephone contact with doctors. The patient is called to come to hospital. The sample of blood is taken to verify the result that we received from the screening test, and at the same time the positive result of the screening test is confirmed. The number of SMN2 gene copies is confirmed, and we try to do this as fast as possible. Usually it is 48, maximum 72 hours. This is our preliminary assumption to send the confirmation result to the center that is going to deal with the treatment of the patient. Okay, and then it goes to another center that is involved in the treatment of the patient. I understand that this is the possibility, Professor, thanks to which we are talking here about the possibility to change the course of the disease. Yes, this is what we are talking about. And again, it requires a number of different actions to be really developed together. First of all, it is connected to the contact with the family, because the family of the patient doesn't get information from the Mother and Child Institute, but from the center that is going to provide further care over the patient. We make an appointment for the meeting, and this meeting should take place as soon as possible. In the team, we developed the following path. We have 2 or 3 days, according to this idea, for the family to come. Since we have 9 centers like that in different parts of Poland, we have the possibility for parents not to have to travel from one part of Poland to another part of Poland, but we can provide a shorter way for them to cover, and we hope that it's going to be good enough, and it's not going to be really a barrier for patients. And after that, everything depends on how we are going to find the patient. If this patient is going to look healthy and will give us no doubts as to the possible symptoms of the spinal muscular atrophy, then we take a blood sample, another blood sample. We send it to the Mother and Child Institute to confirm whether or not there was a mistake. Well, the mistake is very improbable, but we can't really rule it out. That is why in those patients who look absolutely healthy, such tests are performed. However, in patients that present with any symptoms of the disease, and it may happen, well, as far as data from Germany, for example, comes, the data which shows to us the clinical presentation of those patients who were examined in the screening test, on average, those symptoms came out around day 20. So there were some patients who had sometimes very limited, but still, SMA symptoms. If patients present with these symptoms, then we take the tests for confirmation, but we start the treatment immediately, not to wait even 1 or 2 or 3 days. But if the patient is totally asymptomatic, we wait for the confirmation, and then depending on the number of the SMN copies, SMN2 copies, if there are 2 or 3 copies, patients receive treatment immediately. If there are 4 copies, then we decided that such a patient would get a very exact observation, very frequent observation, to be able to identify any possible symptoms as soon as possible and then start the treatment. Thank you very much, Professor. Before we move on to the personalized medicine that you signalized, Professor, in your lecture, I would like to ask another question. This is the question of you, Doctor, and you, Kacper Ruciński. This is about the difference in the inclusion to treatment and the situation between parents and adults, because you said, Professor, that there are no problems with children. Doctor, you talked here about the coordinating centers in Poland that operate well, but I also would like to tell you that getting prepared to this debate and talking with the board and the authorities of the SMA foundations, we can see that there are some signals that as far as centers for adults are concerned, problems can come up. And this is the situation in Silesia. And what comes then? It is true that the inclusion of adults in SMA treatment program was much slower, and this is not a problem of Poland only. This is the problem of, practically speaking, all the countries. The priority were children, people for whom the disease progresses much faster, and for whom waiting for several more weeks or a month makes a huge difference. The situation is different when we look at it from the perspective of the number of patients in the centers for adults with other diseases. We can see it all over Europe. Those centers had lower capacity to include more and more people, especially high numbers of these people. That would require such an intensive care as the administration of nusinersen. Hospitals in Poland anyway managed quite well, and one can say that as of today, if it is not to 100%, then at least 90% of adults who qualify to get treatment with nusinersen are being treated. However, we see all the time the situation in Silesia, fortunately, is solved. And there, the hospital is going to continue the program. There's going to be a tender announced for more centers, more hospitals involved in the SMA treatment program. So we hope that it's going to be over 30 centers in Poland. But we can also see this in other parts of the country. There is the resistance of hospitals against the involvement of more patients. I personally do not know why we could see this resistance from day one of the program. Hospitals used saying that, well, we take only one patient, and we had such a case, or we will take only 5 patients, not more. Well, the information that this drug doesn't work, or half of adult patients were rejected at the qualification. Well, your spine is a little bit curved, so why we are supposed to be so making so much effort? So there is no knowledge about how SMA works and how important it is to stop the disease. Although the progression in adults is not as rapid as with small children, but it takes years, and those people lose more and more functions. That is why what can be done under such circumstances? The situation is not bad, I have to say, but we still have a challenge. This is a challenge how to convince the neurologists, neurologists of the adults. People with SMA also need this treatment. We simply can't wait. We can't ignore their needs. Doctor, how would you explain this resistance that is visible? Because you stressed that there is a success in the area of neurologists, centers for adults, as well as pediatric neurologists. We can't really deny that it is the case, but to make sure that such nervous situations don't really happen, that a center is not certain, that people have doubts and they consider whether the treatment they started is going to be continued in that center or whether they will have to go elsewhere and to look for treatment. How can we fight against it? You said coordinating centers. I talked about expert centers because you are already now talking about something which takes us one step ahead. This is what we are talking about. Professor Kotulska also stressed many times that it would be excellent if on the basis of the drug program, it was possible to coordinate care as well. And I think that the professor will comment on this soon. Well, we are talking about it. We are talking about the model of treatment for people with the disease, and their families can be provided not only care for health care, but also social care. Which model is really the best? But, ladies and gentlemen, this is when we live in Poland. This is our reality. And the healthcare system as a whole is evaluated as one of the worst systems in the European Union in all the possible rankings.
And this is for 2 fundamental reasons: historical negligence and underfunding. And now let me speak from the perspective of the system expert, not from the physician's perspective. Until we get more funding for the system so that the centers are properly funded, I'm not speaking about the treatment programs and drug programs that can be funded from different funds. I'm speaking about healthcare services and the cost of such services provided by the centers. And the cost of transportation is not included. And the transport of the adult who's a non-sitter may cost 1,000 zlotys. So we may say that SMA treatment is like a green island in the whole healthcare system. And this is also something that we may use as an argument while discussing with the provider and with the payer. Look, we have already done so much. We have the care model, we have the treatment model. Just let us add more to that. Let's top it with more funding, and then everything will work. So professor should have a coordinator. It should be a separate profession, people who should make phone calls, get appointments, etc. This job is now done by the medical secretaries who have other things to do. So medical coordinator, data analyst, and data coder, all these things, etc. So we have this discussion when we meet with the Council of Experts that support the patient's ombudsman. If we don't take some burden off the shoulders of nurses and physicians, the system is about to collapse. We have a very insufficient number of nurses compared to other countries per capita. So if we don't offer supportive positions to the medical professionals, all the centers will collapse. So this is an appeal to you and to the media. We are obviously supporting access to the treatment, etc., but let's also support funding for the centers. Many times there are claims that, oh, the payroll will go up. It's not only about the payroll, it's about the operation of the center. It's about having more jobs allocated to the center so that there are more services provided and they can actually sustain the operations of the center. Well, it is true that the SMA treatment program is like a green island. It is true. That's a fact. And it has been done with the effort contributed by many people. And it has been successful. One of the reasons is that we were able to establish a good relationship with National Health Fund, with the payer. People usually complain about the payer, but in this case, we have really good relationship with the payer. We towards the National Health Fund to make changes in some individual cases. For instance, we had a patient with a broken leg, and the hospital was not able to make a functional assessment, and the patient should be actually excluded. Without major red tape, we applied to the National Health Fund. We had the opinion of the coordination team. The National Health Fund modified the procedure to fit the individual situation of this patient, so it works. But this is because of the relationship that was built, and it takes time to build relationships. But what can we do right now? Right now, we can actually add more centers for adult patients, because adult patients will be recruited not only from the group that was not covered with the treatment, but also we have patients who complete their treatment as children as they are coming of age, and they will be recruited as adult patients. Now, personnel, that's another thing. We had centers that were very reluctant about taking on this program, and the main reason was that they had high occupancy of their beds. For instance, they had 50 beds, and they continued to operate 55 beds. And mind you, their headcount is tailored to 50 beds, so they are strained, and probably the personnel is short. And basically, they have issues with understaffing. So I believe that we should make it very clear in our communication that medical professions, the profession of the nurse, of medical caregiver, not to mention the physician, these are professions that give you tremendous satisfaction. So if we change sort of the image of this profession in the media so that people could aspire to that and people would like to get professional training, this is the only way to make sure that we have more medical and healthcare personnel available. But now the ombudsman office. You spoke already, but Professor has said that it is quite common that the ward is for 50 beds and they are always filled. But patients, they should not really care about it. They should have the right of access. We understand that there are limitations. No one argues about it, but neither the patient nor the family of the patient care about it. They just want to have access. Well, yes, looking at it from the patient's ombudsman perspective, I have to say that SMA is the green island, and we are all happy about it. From the point of view of the whole health system, we would like to make sure that we have multiple green islands. Obviously, money is important. It's very important. So we are happy that there is more funding coming into the system. We see a lot of needs that are still unmet, but hopefully over time the situation will improve. We are satisfied to see the very positive SMA lobbying. With this lobbying, we have this fortunate situation. It would never happen spontaneously by itself. Let me just say that before the pandemic, the patients' rights ombudsman approached the president of the National Health Payer with the request to provide the new standard for the comprehensive coordinated care. And the response from the National Health Fund was such that once the COVID patients are properly provided for, the National Health Fund will look at our request. And I promise you that we will remind the payer about it. Okay, but let me welcome Professor Marcin Czech, who has joined us online. He is a former Minister of Health. We are very happy to have you with us, sir. Thank you, and thank you for having me. Professor, I'm going to take you the floor very soon, but let me first ask Kacper Ruciński to contribute. I would like to welcome Minister because with the Minister's efforts and support, we were able to get Nursing a drug program for our patients. So we are all grateful for that, sir. I just wanted to follow up on what we heard from Dr. Jerczyński about the system funding. The system is underfunded. And I should say that funding is not the only problem. We have the problem with the system philosophy because we have the payer on one side. We have hospitals that provide services and they are contracted. The services are healthcare services are contracted as if they were, I don't know, some pins or screws. So hospitals have a plan of services that they need to provide, and they do it, and they are paid for that. So the physician is a physician by profession, but then he is promoted to the position of the head of the ward, and he has to make sure that the finances are healthy. So he has to track the finances of his ward. So the whole model where the hospital is the service provider to the payer is abnormal, in my opinion. It shouldn't be structured that way. It shouldn't work like that, like the market, because healthcare service should not be treated as a commodity on the market. In the well-developed country, we should not have early capitalism model in place. I'm looking at it from the UK NHS perspective. And you can tell a lot of bad things about NHS, but there is one thing for sure. They have certain philosophy as a foundation for the system. So the patient is not allowed to feel at any point that the patient is the burden for NHS, because the personnel is forced to track finances of the hospital, to check if the plans are provided and nothing is exceeded. In the UK, patient gets the healthcare that is needed at the moment. There are some financial audits, but patients are not included in that. This is based on a completely different model. And recently we had an argument with Minister Jezierski, who's currently working on the draft law on quality in healthcare service. And the definition of quality was something that we argued about, and the whole mechanism by which hospitals should be held accountable for quality. I believe that it should be a long process that should stretch over years. We need to change the culture and our approach to the patient. We need to actually make it clear that this is not just the service provider, that we should not really accept this transaction-based approach. This is not a feature of the good healthcare
Ja bym bardzo chciał,
system.
żeby do tego wątku odniósł się pan profesor Trzek, ale też, panie profesorze, przechodząc też komentarz do tego, ale do medycyny personalizowanej, bo mówimy, że
Professor,
to jest następny krok w
if
kierunku
I
SMA.
may make a comment
Podkreślamy,
about
że
personalized
medycyna jest
medicine, because this is the next step
rozwija
for
się i coraz
SMA
lepiej działaczkowo
treatment.
pojawiają
We
się
say that
nowe
medicine is
zabiegi,
moving
wymagane
forward fast
ograniczenia, to
because
tylko
there
to,
are
że
new
nas to
treatment
oczywiście
options emerging.
sygnalizuje.
And
No a chcemy jeszcze
at the
więcej,
same
dlaczego
time, we
chcemy
have
do tego, bo
some
wiemy, że
limitations in
produkty
place,
na rynku
as Kacper was
znakomite są,
highlighting them.
ale każdy,
And we
który
would
mieli
like to
wybór,
actually have
sięga
more,
medycyny.
since the medicine can offer more. We want physicians to be able to use drugs that are most suitable for a given patient. Well, again, thank you for the invitation, and I'm sorry that I cannot be in person, but I had other commitments that I had to attend elsewhere. You are right that we are all very happy about the treatment, and that was a huge accomplishment of the entire group of people who have been involved in this process 2 years ago, when the drug was offered to the patients. So I'm really proud that we made that happen. But I have to say that I'm really optimistic about the future. First of all, you continue to have access to the treatment. All patients in Poland are eligible and can be treated. And as you mentioned, there are new options emerging. The medical fund and the legal setup for the medical fund is actually at the very final stage, and it will include the gene therapy. So this is a revolutionary approach where with a single intervention, we most likely be able not to treat the patient as a chronic patient, but we will able to actually help patient fully recover. So that will be amazing. But being a part of the system, I am fully aware that this is a huge financial challenge, and this is a huge organizational challenge for our healthcare system. So that the decision is made in the meaningful and well-informed way, with the benefit to the patient and with the safety of the state budget. So I'm really happy to see some new legislative solutions because the medical fund will offer these new opportunities. This restrictive approach to the list of drugs that can be considered here basically left only SMA gene therapy on the table. So that's the stake in the game. So we should keep our fingers crossed, and we should really hope that the minister will make the decision that is the best for the patients under the conditions that are acceptable. We should also say that the first gene therapy has already been offered to the Polish patients, but was still under the previous legislation, reimbursement system, where gene therapy is offered to the young patients with different indications, though. So this is a revolutionary moment in the history of our medicine. This superb, modern, state-of-the-art solutions are becoming available as we speak. And two important things. First of all, the plan for rare diseases. Minister Gadomski may claim credit for that. Mr. Niedzielski has also contributed to this success. So the process has been closed in terms of the strategy. The resolution was adopted by the Council of the Ministers to formally adopt the plan for rare diseases. And that includes financing for various drugs, including those that are used for SMA. And the final good news is the fact that we want to increase the healthcare spending to have it at the level of 6 or 7% of the GDP. Poland is aspiring to that as our economy is in a good shape. So that makes me optimistic. We are no longer such a catching up country. We are becoming a wealthy country, and we should be able to afford modern treatments. The percentage of GDP that goes to the healthcare spending, then the percentage of the budget that can be dedicated or allocated to such drugs. I think that the system that Kasper described would be civilized. I'm not saying that our system is not civilized. It is, because please look at the Polish patients with SMA and compare the situation with the situation of Ukrainian patients or some other patients from some other countries. We are actually a model country. We are number 2 after the Germany in terms of the number of patients that are getting treated. So we are at a very good point. And since we have SMA screening, and this is something that we should really speak about because this is under the roof of my institute where we are doing it. So we have a complete set of the most important solutions that will determine access to various treatments for this disease and other rare diseases. Thank you, Professor. So we are looking forward to the therapies. And let me ask you, let me ask the Madam Professor, what is the feeling of the physician who will? The family has the right to know what the situation is like and what is doable. And we need to provide them with the knowledge, with the facts. Fortunately, we are not saying that there are options elsewhere. We don't have any options. Well, we do have an option to offer, so this is easier. But there are questions for the oral drug, for the gene therapy, and who would be eligible, etc. So these questions are actually popping up. You don't need to be a physician to know that this is a reality. Just look at the fundraising initiatives that are run to provide funding for patients waiting for the gene therapy. So I'm really happy that we are speaking about the funding for the drugs, reimbursement for the drugs that can be selected for different patients depending on their profile. It is vital to be able to say very clearly which treatments serves which patient. It takes a lot of studies, so I'm happy that there are many studies going on and there are new publications released, because that gives you the knowledge base and you can actually say which expectations that are voiced by the patients can be actually met and which expectations are just fed by hope and no facts or studies. Dr. Jelczyński promised that he will offer additional comments about the treatments.
Pani profesor
Thank you.
Kukulska mówiła w swojej
Professor
debacie o 3
Kukulska
perspektywach
mentioned three
europejskich
perspectives in her
prac i
presentation. She
standardów
mentioned the
polskiej
European
i
perspective, so
perspektywy
approval
polskiej.
and
Proszę państwa,
standards,
no dla nas
the Polish
rzeczywiście los
perspective,
tego
and the
pacjenta
patient's
decyduje
perspective.
bardzo.
For all of us sitting
Przypadku
here,
Kowalskiego,
patient's perspective is
który ma
the
ten
most
dostęp do
important.
opieki.
An average patient
Jednak
who needs
zrozumienie,
to
co
have
mówił pan
access to
profesor
care.
Czech, że
But
jest pewna
Professor
kaskada
Czech
realizacji
mentioned that
rejestrowania
we do have a
zgodnych z Unii
cascade of events.
Europejskiej
First, we have
wobec
the EU
takiego
approval of
falszywy,
the drug, and
tak to
then
ujmiemy,
we are
refundację
applying
publiczną.
for the public
I proszę państwa,
reimbursement
to,
of
że
this
nie muszę
drug
tego
in
powtarzać, że
Poland.
refundacja publiczna
Obviously, I
jest
don't need to
jedynym
tell you that,
sprawiedliwym
but
narzędziem gwarantującym
reimbursement
dostęp
is the only
Kowalskiego do
fair
leczenia.
tool
Dostęp
that
pacjenta,
would
którego
grant
ma do leczenia. Dlatego tak
patients,
dużą wagę
SMA
przywiązujemy do
patients,
regulacji
access
publicznej,
to
dlatego tak
treatment. This is why
podkreślamy ważność
we are
refundacji
so
publicznej z
focused
2019
on the
roku
reimbursement, and we
decyzją
continue
Rady
to
Ministrów
highlight the
Badań
1st of
Klinicznych.
January
Ona została
2029
zapowiedziana
with the
na poruszeniu.
decision made by Professor
Proszę
Czech and
państwa,
Minister Czech at
biorąc
that
pod
time,
uwagę
we were
te
able to offer
perspektywy, które
reimbursement
mówiła pani
for
profesor, Polska
nusinersen
utrzymać
treated
standardy
patients.
europejskie.
And now,
Naszą intencją jest i celem
and
naszego
our
działania
intention, the
standardy
plan
europejskie
of our
były
activity
stosowane
is
w
to make sure
Polsce.
that the European standards
Lekarze
are
w Polsce
simply
są
observed in
pełni
Poland, and physicians
przygotowani.
in Poland are
Tu mam
fully prepared to do
29
that. We have
ośrodków
29
polskich
expert
do
centers.
leczenia wszystkimi
So our doctors know
zarejestrowanymi
how to
obecnymi
treat patients with all the
standardami
approved
klinicznymi.
therapies,
I
which
proszę
are
państwa,
part
to
of
jest
the
ten proces
clinical
legislacyjny, o którym mówiła pani
treatments.
profesor.
So this is the reimbursement
Program
process
lekowy albo
Professor Czech
fundusz
talked
leczenia.
about. It's either
Ale
the
ja
drug program or the
chciałbym jeszcze
medical
odnieść
fund.
dostęp
But
do
I would like to draw your
technologii
attention to the fact
lekowych
that
w tym
next to the drug
przypadku.
technology in
Mamy
this case,
szereg innych
we also have
działań,
a
które
number of other
wymagają
actions that
kompleksowej
would
opieki.
require
To
comprehensive
państwo
care.
apelujecie
And you are
cały
appealing
czas
for
o
that all the
zaawansowaną
time, because
opieki i
what is most
dostęp do
important for
terapii,
you is to have
ale
access to
również
treatment, but at the same
właściwą
time,
opłatę.
you want to
I
be
to, co
properly
mówiłem,
cared for.
wyceny
What I said, the
dofinansowania
challenge
tych
of this
ośrodków
pricing, as well
to
as the
jest
co-financing
oczywiście
of
o
these centers,
modelu
is the
aplikację tych
achievement of the model that
770
each of the
pacjentów, którzy są
770 patients who are under treatment today,
bezpośrednio
am I correct, Professor? 770 persons are being treated. Well, when I checked it last week, there were 703 during treatment, plus 38 who are already qualified for treatment, most probably after the first dose, but it was not registered yet. So congratulations, 700 patients who are under treatment already now. And for each of these patients, we would like to have diagnostic and therapeutic path. And this is this personalization Professor Czech talked about. So we have to have the coordinator that will keep an eye on the whole path, like GPS in your car, for each and every one of you by the system. And it requires the most extensive resources. Because let us be honest, it requires infrastructure, computerization infrastructure, and it also requires a person who will be running this. And a coordination with all those doctors from expert centers. We would like these to be coordinating centers. So Professor mentioned the medical fund. I talked about, well, Professor also talked about the plan for rare diseases, and please note that the access to treatment is just one of the elements of all these issues. It is very important, it is crucial, because there is no comprehensive care without access to effective therapy. But we also have to think what to do in order to strengthen the outcome, the personalization. Let me just mention that in the plan for rare diseases, it is very clearly stressed that the patient's passport is very important, information platform, ID system, registries, In the medical fund, you have infrastructure and modernization of the centers, and this is what the funds should be allocated to. It is not only about access to treatment. And there is another document that I wanted to talk to you about, and I think that it would be good for you also to get acquainted with it. It is Healthy Future. It is the strategy for the healthcare system for the coming 10 years until 2030. This healthy future is supposed to be the backbone of the healthcare system. Obviously, it is going to be dependent on good funding, but that's what Professor Czech said. In 2023, 160 billion zlotys is going to be allocated to the healthcare system. It is an incredible achievement. Well, this year, National Health Fund has 110 billion. I remember the time when there were 60 or 70 billion zlotys for health in Poland. But to conclude this extensive presentation on my part, its patient processes, development and finances constitute the basis for a healthy future. That is why in the interdisciplinary directions of the healthy future, there is going to be the quality, friendliness, and effectiveness of services by means of standardization and reorganization of the care centers. And this is what the money is supposed to be spent. We are appealing for quite much today, so we definitely would like to make sure that the financing of these activities is provided at the level of every center individually for those centers to know how to coordinate the care better over all the patients. Thank you very much. And now, since we are already now talking about the coordinated care, I'm really extending our meeting a little bit because we started later than we wanted. But we have to talk about here the role of the rare diseases centers and the multidisciplinary care. Madam President, as one of the recent investments of the Polsat Foundation from the perspective of the Center of the Rare Diseases, named after Polsat Foundation, located by the Child Memorial Health Center, and the meetings with Professor Kotulska-Jóźwiak and the careful patients with the spinal muscular atrophy. Absolutely. I am listening to everything what is being said here very precisely, and I fully agree with everything that you are saying. But there is just one thing that is missing in those bright plans that you are referring to. Well, namely, I didn't hear anything about the physical therapy. We say, we are talking here about treatment, of course. It is the most important thing. Access to drug. It is basic. As doctor said, without access to drug, we have absolutely nothing to talk about. We are a green island. Yes, I agree. I'm so happy that I made my small contribution, or the Polsat Foundation made a small contribution to the whole process. However, in all those bright plans that you're referring to, we are not saying absolutely anything about providing physical therapy to the patient. And patients need physical therapy. Drugs they are going to get, depending on the progression of the disease, whether these are going to be children or elderly people. There is no coordinated set of physical therapy centers for patients with SMA. That is why we must not forget about that, because it's just a continuation. Patient is treated, patient gets a drug, patient gets out and goes back home and then has access, contact with the reality, the same reality they had before. Well, sorry, they simply moved in the wheelchair and they still simply have to use the wheelchair. The physical therapy they had before, do they need it now? To what extent they need it? Someone has to evaluate it. Someone will have to order it to be done. And there must be also a center where this patient will be sent to, and the funds that would follow. Why am I talking about it? Because we have been the foundation for the last 25 years, and we have been involved in providing help to children. We finance physical therapy in different diseases, certainly in rare diseases as well. And that is why we are so interested in rare diseases. That is why we are in so good relationship with Professor Kotulska and SMA Foundation. This is how everything started. And this is something which is very close to our hearts, because this physical therapy of patients with SMA is financed by us, and I don't hear absolutely anything about someone thinking about how much we can do, how many patients we can help, for how many months we can provide physical therapy as the foundation. Well, our resources also are, well, they are not infinite, and we send a request to our viewers who are really great, who help us, and thanks to that, we are able to help others. Well, the group helps, the president helps, everyone helps, but, right, they do help. As the president of the foundation, I expect a systemic assistance and a response to the question, what comes next? And now let me go back to the Center for Rare Diseases. Well, this is about our love connected with rare diseases. In May, we opened this center in the Memorial Child Health Hospital, and I hope that it's not going to be just for SMA to diagnose, but also for other diseases. Minister promised at the opening that there will be the program for rare diseases, and now, well, Bartosz, it was announced on your name's day. We are very happy to have it at such centers as the Center for Rare Diseases, located at the Center Memorial Child Health Center. There should be several of them. I can't make a commitment that the Polsar Foundation will build centers for rare diseases all over Poland, but perhaps there will be others that will simply follow into our footsteps. And they will do a similar action, and then they will help. Thank you. Thank you very much. Due to the fact that we have to bring it to an end, I would like to ask all of you to summarize it. Well, we are going to go towards the future, and we are saying that in the treatment of SMA, in the course of SMA, we are focusing on the coordinated care and what it should be like in the future. Professor Czech, the first one to speak. Okay, let me say it. I think that this future should be as follows. We have all the strategic documents and regulations which are necessary, in my opinion. I believe that there are even perhaps too many of them. And what we should focus on is, I believe, coordinated effort of all these people who organize the system. And I mean here not just the ministry or the payer. I mean here also doctors, directors of hospitals, heads of the centers, coordinators, etc., to make sure that all the most important things for patients, well, I agree with Dr. Wierczyński that it is the patient which is most important, and the perspective of the patient. And the patient should get the package of everything, of all those services. Okay, we are getting some, interruptions. It's about expressing activity in the private life as well as professional life. So I think that now we simply have to roll up our sleeves and get down to work, do what we have beautifully written in the documents. You know that the paper can take everything, while life should simply follow from what is written there. And I think that everything there is really beautifully written there, and we should be able to catch up with that. Thank you very much. Our sleeves are rolled up. Well, two crucial items that I would like to raise. Well, the first one is access to all the registered therapies because they constitute the basis, the reimbursement access to all the therapies registered in the European Union because they are the basis for the fulfillment of the clinical recommendations by the clinicians. And the second thing is the model of comprehensive care, coordinated care, and just as the president of the foundation said, along the whole diagnostic and therapeutic path of the patient, taking into account also the physical therapy. Kacper Ruciński. Well, I can just repeat what Dr. Gierczyński said, the model of coordinated care, but multi-specialized care. We need patients to be managed by all those experts, specialists they need in a coordinated way, planned way, so that they had a plan. And it should be happening from the moment of their diagnosis until the time when they have the disease. Let us hope that it was really the case. And this is what we do as the foundation. We start doing this together with Professor Monika Goss and other experts. Soon we are meeting again, and we will be talking here about multi-specialized care. And we really are striving at making sure that the patient's experience in the system, the experience from the contact with the system was as good as possible, getting better and better as the time goes by. Thank you very much, Minister Błażewicz. I'm very happy that my conclusion is going to be compliant with what I said at the very beginning. So once again, I would like to stress that patients look forward to having easily accessible, comprehensive, high-quality services. I subscribe to everything that you said. Well, it is obvious that I have to subscribe to this. And I also would like to thank the president very much of the foundation. We have to really spend more time on physical therapy, more energy, more power, more of our effort. And it should deal not only with SMA development, because we know perfectly well that the physical therapy should be different than it is in the whole healthcare system in Poland. Professor Goffs. Talking about SMA, I would like to stress that this is a disease where the works are in clinical trials, and now we have the measurable translation of our clinical trials scientific work in the screening test of neonates. I can commit myself to have the screening test in the whole Polish population, but looking at it from a broader perspective, diagnostics of rare diseases, well, we realize that those are genetically granted diseases. In the National Plan for Rare Diseases, there is also diagnostics of these diseases covered, and I hope that those actions will truly be taken up, and the diagnostics of these diseases is going to be possible in the same order of magnitude as it is the case in other European countries, and that the parents of those little patients will not have to pay their own private funds for quite expensive diagnostic procedures, because let us say this quite openly, that clinical diagnosis is just the basis for further therapy of the patient. As a geneticist, I would like to see more genetically conditioned diseases for whom targeted therapy is available and possible, and whose treatment can be done as early as it is the case for SMA and selected metabolic disorders or the cystic fibrosis. Thank you very much, Professor Kotuńska-Jóźwiak. I agree with everything which has been said, but I would like also to say a few more words about it. I hope that there will be studies performed in the new drugs, new therapeutic therapies, especially those which are focused on regenerative medicine for symptomatic patients with SMA. The second thing is the reimbursement access. It is very important. Reimbursement access to those drugs that we have, so that we could have them at our disposal as well. And the last thing, I do hope that I will have more and more to do with those patients, with parents of whom I'm going to talk, which is the pre-symptomatic phase, and they are going to continue asymptomatic throughout all their lives. President Aldrich Holtz. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a huge pleasure for me to listen to what you have to say today and look with so much hope into the future. I hope that what was possible to be achieved in the case of SMA can be also achieved for other rare diseases, and that such green islands will be more numerous. When we look at the situation here and now, well, what I said before, I am just keeping fingers crossed for patients getting comprehensive care, for patients getting physical therapy. I'm not even talking here about the collections for medical procedures. It's a different subject, and perhaps not everyone would like what I want to say, so I'm not going to talk about anything about it. But parents from their own funds, well, they frequently can't really afford that. Well, this is information. We have families that are made up of 5 or 6 people, and there are 435 zlotys per member of the family. And this is confirmed, for example, by the welfare center. This is the brutal truth, but this is what it is like. It is like that now and here. So physical therapy, Minister, just as you said, it is not with SMA, but it is also for other diseases. It is incredibly important. and I am going to keep my fingers crossed for it. And if we manage to do that, we will be going in that direction. Thank you very much for the participation in the debate. One of its points was the multidisciplinary care for SMA patients. It is yet another step in the care for patients with the disease. I think that this debate was also interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary. And we have to keep fingers crossed for something like that. We have to continue the cooperation because since we agreed together that thanks to the joint effort of you and you, the whole community of SMA, it was possible to bring about this green island. It should be even greener. And all the postulates that you talked about at the end, they should be fulfilled as soon as possible. And I think that this is what we wish to each other and ourselves. All the best to you. And just according to the plan, when I look at it, I should invite you now to some coffee break. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the panelists very much. And I would like to ask you to stay here for a moment on your seats. Well, all of you, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you to stay on your seats for a minute because we have some housekeeping remarks to share with you, and they are connected with the day-to-day. Yes, we would like to invite you to the family photo. It is already our tradition in front of the hotel at 1:20, perhaps at 1:30. We are quite flexible about it. Lunch is at 1:30, just after the picture. Rooms, can you please leave your rooms before noon? It is already noon now, but I believe that we can still give you a few minutes. But the hotel asked us to leave your rooms before noon. I have two other housekeeping remarks. One is connected with the run, because I am sure that many of you would like to run today, or it will turn out at the very last moment that you want to run. So seeing all those people in the beautiful T-shirts, well, I made my mind, but at the same time, it is too difficult for me to go online, look for it, and enroll. That is why we decided to start at the stationary point at the reception desk. It is enough there to give your name, pay 35 zlotys, and then you can run. Without any technical difficulties. Please feel free for all of us to be able to run that distance or march that distance. Well, it can be, it can also be walking, not necessarily running. And there's another very important housekeeping remark that I have to share with you. We have a moment of delay now. Well, quite much of interesting things have been mentioned here from the systemic perspective for the time being, which is very important for us. But what is equally important for us is a more direct perspective. We are going to learn about it during the subsequent session. That is why I would like to encourage you very much. I don't imagine that you will not be participating in that. So let's agree 20 past, okay? 20 past noon, just to give you a moment to move out of your rooms, because it can be done. But for us to be back at 20 past noon, because we are going to talk about things which are very interesting, and they are, well, this is a question everyone would like to ask, I believe. And perhaps you were just embarrassed or you didn't have a possibility. You will get answers to all these questions. And this is about feeding, it's about nutrition, physical therapy, spinal surgeries, things that are a little bit controversial. They are not that obvious, but we are going to talk about them. And we are starting with a very strong accent connected with a very current problem, which is, trying to combine treatments. Frequently, in our unprofessional, non-medical minds, we think what it is going to be like if I give two drugs together. Is it going to be better or is it going to be worse? Does it create any danger? And in a very simple and clear way, it is going to be discussed by Ania Korda. We are going to start with that, and I wanted to announce it to you. I encourage you to be here very punctually, and then there will be subsequent equally interesting lectures. And that's it. Thank you very much. And now break. One more thing. I would like to thank our speakers very much. I would like to invite Leah, our representative, and I would like to ask you here a little bit lower because Leah is not going to come up. Once again, all the applause for the moderator and all our guests. Thank you.
teraz słychać. Dobrze. Dzień dobry.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome after the break. And as I announced before the break, now we are going to have an opportunity during this session to talk about the question of everyday care, everyday dilemmas, questions which we get living with SMA. There's a small change in the agenda, so what you have in the agenda is a little bit outdated because the lecture of Professor Kotulska-Jóźwiak has already taken place, and now we are going to move on to Anna Cordalia lecture. She came to us from Oxford, and the title is going to be Scientific Information from the World of SMA. Over to you. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, excellent. I hope that you are refreshed after having your coffee. And since the plan is very ambitious, I would like to go to the chase. My name is Ania Kordala, and for the last 2 years, I have been connected with this foundation. Here, I am involved in the popularization of knowledge as well as gene therapy, and professionally, I am connected with SMA, and I am involved in SMA studies. And today I would like to tell you, well, I really intend to fit in the coming 20 minutes. So I would like to tell you about the combination of the therapy in SMA. I already know that it is a good choice because whenever people came up to me and they talked, this question came up frequently. What is in this slide is the clue that it is just the beginning of the way for us. And I would like to present to you the questions that we have to ask ourselves, then answers to these questions. So let us move on. What do I understand as combination treatment? What is the combination treatment? It is a treatment of SMA with more than just one drug. And I am going to focus on the 3 drugs which were mentioned, which are already available, but I will mention another experimental solution. I also would like to remind you what is the sequence of events in SMA, because it is going to be of use later on. So as you know perfectly well, in SMA, SMN1 gene is missing. In the result of that, we get very little of SMN protein. This protein is needed to the motor neurons to survive. If there is too little of this protein, then neurons disappear, motor neurons disappear. At the end of the day, it leads to the disappearance of skeletal muscles. So as you can see, if you want to treat SMA, you have to increase the amount of SMN protein. It is done by all 3 available drugs. They do it in a little different way, but the final outcome is that all 3 increase the level of SMN protein. For many years, it was considered that SMA was a neuronal disease, and it concerned just the nerve system and neurons. But now we know that it is a disease of the whole body. And it touches not only on neurons and not only on muscles, but it also concerns other organs and other systems. It is happening so because the SMN protein that we have is present in every cell of our organism. If it is missing everywhere. But neurons are most susceptible to the lack of SMN, well, they die first, and that is why they are crucial. We have to start treatment with them. I hope that you can see the contours of these people well. I will tell you where the current therapies work in our bodies and how it is changing with time, and later on what results from that, what the potential sense of combination treatment could be. To the left, you can see before treatment, in the center after the treatment, and then what is happening with this treatment on the time curve. You can see that after the administration of nusinersen, the black area is the spinal cord and brain. This is where nusinersen works, and this is where it reaches. It does not change with time because we administer nusinersen on a regular basis. Then we have gene therapy. Gene therapy is administered intravenously and it reaches all the body's cells, for the majority of the cells of our bodies, including spinal cord and brain. But as the time goes by, gene therapy, colloquially speaking, is actually rinsed off from those parts of our organism which divide and stays only where it does not divide. So neurons is the tissue which does not divide. So as the time goes by, the gene therapy and the outcome of this therapy will be maintained mainly in the spinal cord and in brain. And we also have risdiplam, and well, since it is a syrup, it also delivers the substance to all the cells of our body, and it crosses blood-brain barrier. It is also administered on a regular basis, so it does not rinse off. We take it regularly. As you can see, all these drugs act by means of increasing the levels of SMN. I am showing to you light green risdiplam, and nusinersen would be also lighter because it is considered that gene therapy is able to increase the levels of SMN protein to a greater extent. It is considered, this is what I am saying, because it cannot be examined on a living specimen, and we know this from animal models, what I am talking about to you now. Unfortunately, on a living patient, you can't check it. And now, why the combination of those therapies makes sense? What could be the arguments supporting this concept? First of all, probably one therapy only does not deliver as much SMN in order to stop the process of further degeneration of neurons. It may be sufficient to stop 80% of that, but there is still potential to stop the subsequent 20. It is one option. Perhaps it also delivers therapeutic protein to only part of our bodies. And now, since those therapies are more and more available and they are implemented faster and faster, patients have the possibility and a chance to have normal length of life. So if something was not crucial for 3 or 5 years, then within the period of 70 years, it may turn out that we have to deliver SMN everywhere and not only to the spinal cord. And there is the third cause. I'm going to show it on the subsequent slide, why it can be combined. The therapy does not reach all the motor neurons. And this is the basis of the new clinical trial, which is performed by Biogen. The name is RESPOND. To the left, imagine that this is just a species of the spinal cord. Every rectangle is one neuron prior to treatment. After gene therapy, significant majority of the neurons will have the green light and will start producing SMN, but not all of them. And this is the baseline for the trial. Biogen is working on the assumption that if we administer nusinersen to the patient will cover the subsequent rectangles, perhaps not all of them, but it is possible to save more motor neurons. And this is just one trial that will look at combination treatment. And I just learned from a representative of a Biogen company that they are now doing another trial. There is no decision yet, but most probably it's going to recruit also in Poland. It's going to be risdiplam together with nusinersen. So something is starting to happen in this subject, and I think that the subject is going to stay with us forever. And now let me mention another experimental therapy, which has a different mechanism of action. It acts in such a way that it supports the growth of muscles. I am talking about it because you may know that it is not just for SMA, but in general, the combination of therapies which work on the basis of another mechanism can make much more sense, because then we attack the disease under two different angles than if we are to administer two therapies which are identical, which do exactly the same. Just as it is the case in oncology, radiotherapy and chemotherapy, these are two different therapies which do something totally different. And there is a greater chance of success if we do it like that. It can also be a very nice potential, because then on the one hand we would be acting on the cause of the disease with nusinersen, risdiplam or gene therapy, and then it is going to be increased SMN, and at the same time we are going to deliver a drug which is going also to help our muscles to work better. It is also interesting that the previous three drugs are very specific. They can be used just for the treatment of SMA. Uh, and this one has also the possibility to be effective in other diseases with the muscle atrophy because it is not specific for the genetic mutation. And now open issues. Well, as a matter of fact, all these issues are open. There are no closed issues. What are we supposed to think about? What are the difficulties that we have? You may know yourself that the biggest problem is the fact that there is no data. SMA is a rare disease. You know this perfectly well. And this is 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 8,000, out of which only 20% of the population of the world has access to treatment. All the drugs are new. They have short follow-up period. And in that small population of 20%, a small part of them took more than one therapy. So it is really very difficult to say something here because these children are enrolled at different stages, different status, clinical practice and not clinical trials. Our information is quite scarce now, and that is why we do not have guarantees. I wrote a no guarantee for improvement because we do not have the guarantee that we will keep status quo. There is a risk that at the end of the day, the situation of that patient can become worse because this is something we do not know. Secondly, safety and toxicity. On the one hand, safety and toxicity of the drugs themselves. This is how we get them rid of from our organism, nusinersen, gene therapy and risdiplam. Can we really exaggerate here? Or on the other hand, if we simply feed the patient up with those drugs, and if we keep doing this for many years on and on, will we not exaggerate? And perhaps there will be too much of SM, and perhaps there was too little of that, and that was therapeutic, and now it is so much of it that it is becoming toxic. I didn't know whether I am supposed to talk about it, but I would like to mention it only that not long ago there was a publication on the animal model, and that was a drug similar to Zolgensma, but it's not identical. There were conclusions from the observation saying that one can exaggerate and do too much. And this protein, which is therapeutic today, may turn out to be toxic in a few years' time since it is in excessive abundance. But this is a trial on, even not on primates, but it's on rodents. That is why there will be, there must be more trials for us to find out whether there are reasons for us to worry or not. For the time being, the follow-up period of gene therapy 6, those children are doing very well and they do not lose their motor functions. Who are we supposed to combine it with? Should we start with two therapies at the same time, or should we add the other therapy after some time passes? Should we treat people at the early stages of the disease or late stages of the disease? What outcome it can bring to people at more advanced stages? We do not know answers to all these questions. It is necessary also to mention the question of cost. You know perfectly well that those therapies are extremely expensive, and we also have to ask a question whether the system will be willing to finance the two therapies. If it is not willing, should we just do collections which are totally uncontrolled? And there's another question which will depend on where you live. But in Poland, we have a relatively good group of people who at the beginning were treated with nusinersen and then they were given gene therapy. And now parents ask whether they are supposed to stop delivering nusinersen, should they continue nusinersen, and if they stop giving nusinersen and they want to return to nusinersen, can they return to nusinersen? There is no answer to this question. For now, for the time being, these children that were given gene therapy, they are not excluded from the program automatically. They can continue their treatment. For the time being, it is the choice of parents. But if, well, let's keep fingers crossed, that the reimbursement of the gene therapy is a success, then it will be necessary to choose. And there is also the necessity to do clinical trials and data from clinical practice. I am happy that Biogen started the two trials, and certainly we will be watching what is going on, whether there will be recruitment performed in Poland. Let us hope that there will be more and more data growing as years go by. There are just two studies that are describing combination therapy, together 11 patients. The first one came out in 2019, describing two children. This is gene therapy plus nusinersen. Then I think the other one comes from last year, from this year. Here we have 4 children. It is risdiplam and gene therapy, and one more with 5 children with nusinersen and gene therapy. As you can see, well, this is clinical practice of doctors. These are not controlled trials. There is no comparison. There is no comparator here. I would like to show one slide to you, which is here. But the title is such that it's very difficult to take any conclusions from that. It's just 5 children. Every dot is the administration of nusinersen, and a triangle is the administration of gene therapy. I am showing it to you to make sure that you can see how difficult it is to draw conclusions if we have no comparator. These are children, all of them got 2 therapies, and what about it? They are moving up in Chopin-Ted scale, step by step upwards, but how can we know what would have happened if they had received just one therapy? We would like to have something like this, one therapy, which would be A therapy, whichever it is, and then the B therapy, and in the perfect world, we would like to see that A plus B works better than only A or only B, but we do not know whether it is the case. We do not know whether A plus B is higher or lower, and the group is also very small. That is why it is really very difficult to draw any concluding arguments. And we are only starting the subject. It is just the beginning, but I hope that, well, I think that it's going to stay with us forever. The biggest problem is the absence of data. There are many questions, not only whether it is necessary to combine, but how to combine it, with whom, how it is to be financed, who can be helped by that. We are at the beginning of a long path, but I do not want to leave you in bad mood, because when I was preparing this publication, I then thought that it would be great to have this problem, that it's really great that we have a problem, that we have more than one drug, and then we have to think whether two, this one and the other one, because 95% of rare diseases do not have even one single drug. So I'm happy that I was able to deliver this presentation to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ania. Yes, I remember that not a long time ago, we were on stage and we were saying that we hope that at some point some treatment options become available in Poland. And now we are actually speaking about combining treatments. So it's really cool that during this presentation we were offered not just the hard facts, not only results of the studies, because studies are not that numerous, but we were exploring various possibilities. So what we may think, but we don't know whether what we think is right. So these are certainly topics to follow up in the future. We may take one question. Well, I will be here, so you can actually talk to me off records, sort of in the more informal setting. Thank you. So now we are actually getting to the next topic that recently perhaps has not been so dynamically evolving as a pharmaceutical treatment. But the role of this new thing is still growing, because since we have the treatment available, we may focus on nutrition. And now we are going to speak about nutrition in SMA-1. Let me invite Professor Ewa Toporowska-Kowalska of Allergies, Gastroenterology and Children Nutrition Clinic at the Medical University of Łódź. Thank you for the invitation. I am a practicing pediatrician gastroenterologist, and on a daily basis, I work with children with patients who require nutrition, including NGT nutrition. The title of my presentation is Nutrition in SMA-1. We are speaking about care standards. So, in my opinion, nutrition is actually secondary to pharmaceutical treatment that may modify the progression of the disease. Then we have to focus on rehabilitation, respiratory and other. And nutrition is there to support adequate body weight and bone mass so that the child can be in good condition. So nutrition is not key. What happens with SMA affects nutritional status because all these functions that we know very well, like the function, like all the disorders regarding motor skills and also temporal mandibular joint may affect ability to take nutrients. So all these things are well known to you. Obviously, the position of the coordinator of care is the matter of future, and therefore, when we have it at some point, nutrition will be part of this puzzle. In Poland, children that are SMA patients and need nutritional support has doubled over the few years. We have 87 patients on the register, and back in 2010, there were 44 patients. So more and more patients are actually getting help that they need for enteral nutrition. My guide is Oleg. Oleg is a son of of the doctor that I work with. She's a physician herself. This is the evolution of Oleg, and I think that the picture really, an X-ray picture, is really telling because when you actually have better nutrition, the chest is also in a better shape, and we have to continue to watch how it evolves. Because when we speak about nutrition, it's not only about the body weight, but it's about composition of the weight. So for that, we need to have balance between resting energy expenditure and energy intake. We know that in case of SMA patients, there are various problems that affect them. I am going to talk about it so that you can actually get it straight what is a fact and what is a myth. When we have muscle disparament, then we have various other disorders. Dysphagia is one. GER is treated as a very pervasive condition, but it's not well documented. And I'm just saying that such children do not need proton pump inhibitors because these drugs actually have adverse effect on the bone health. And there are also other problems like EOE, there is eosinophilic esophagitis. Constipation is a major problem that affects children. It doesn't require any complex treatment, but it should be recognized as a problem so that we are fully aware that the bowel that is not properly emptied can be a source of discomfort. And the problems with feeding can be connected with issues with emptying the stomach. So it's not necessarily GER, which is the underlying cause, but the poor stomach function related to the poor motor function. Now, looking at the literature, I may say that there are few studies and there are very few well-documented and well-planned studies. We may say that nutrition disorders were a universal problem that affected all SMA-1 children and a large group of children with SMA 2 and 3. And obviously, the fewer gene copies the patient has, the greater risk of such disorders. Swallowing disorders have a special picture. It's not just the swallowing disorder and bulbar syndrome impede the intake of food, but there is also the risk of inspiration and aspiration disease. So children who are not sitters, who don't control, they have problems with food intake, and therefore it has adverse effect on effective nutrition. If you want to think about possible nutrition options for the SMA patient, well, here you have a scale of 8, and the lower items on the scale relate to patients that are fed orally by mouth. So the child can eat everything. It's one option. Another one is that the child may actually avoid selectively some foods. Some children may actually need processed food, but can take it by mouth. And then the other extreme, you have patients that are dependent on the nasogastral tube. And here there is also gradation. For instance, you have patients that are not able to swallow their saliva. And on the other hand, you may have patients that are fed through the NGT or PEG, but they are able to take some food verbally just to feel the sensation, just to feel the stimulus. We always claim that children with SMA is a separate group of patients that has to be identified as a separate patient compared to other patients that need nutritional support, because we have excellent intellectual contact with SMA patients, and this should be appreciated. What about nutritional status? Well, the purpose of the nutritional status is not about the body weight, especially that we don't have the separate grids for SMA children. If you compare children with SMA with a general population grid, it would be a frustrating exercise. Therefore, we need to take a functional approach, and we need to come up with a functional assessment of the nutritional status and the body composition. So this is the Boston Children's Hospital and their group of patients. 40% of children had suboptimal protein supply, and we had in this group children who had optimum intake, those who had too much energy intake or insufficient energy intake. There was a 3-year observation, and nutritional status dysfunction actually increased over the period of 3 years. So before actually drugs became available, the trend has been very clear. Here we see other data that are related to metabolism and the composition of the body. I'm just showing that to draw your attention to the fact that the patients with SMA are at the great risk of vitamin deficiency, D, E, but also trace elements such as, for instance, calcium. So once every 6 months or 12 months, you should test for these vitamins and minerals, because they may be out of range, especially vitamins, calcium, and phosphorus and K, because they impact the bone density. Now, what about composition of body? Well, when you compare healthy population with children with SMA, you will see the trend that there is excess of fatty body mass. You may say that the fatty body mass is comparable between the two groups, but if you recalculate it and look at the general body weight, then the fatty body mass is excessive for children with SMA. And this is a reoccurring problem. This is the comparison of the fat mass and fat-free mass for children without SMA, children with SMA, patients with impaired or deficient intestines. You can tell that the fat mass is much higher for children with SMA compared to other categories of patients, and it's much higher than in the entire cohort of the patients. And the other way around, the fat-free mass is much smaller compared to other groups. So this is the group of children that can easily have this balance disordered. And when we administer drugs and treatment, that should work on the fat-free mass. So can body composition be a potential biomarker for the SMA patients? This is a study by Simona Bettoli. I will quote her again. This study covered children with genetically confirmed SMA-1 or SMA-2, age between 1 and 10 years. It was possible to perform DXA, but they were not taking nusinersen before. And for all these children, it was established as follows. The nutritional disorders, nutritional status disorders, BMI below the average for the population, and the disorders of the body composition. It was also proven in the study that the fat mass is higher than in the comparable population. However, in case of all the elements related to the fat-free mass, there was a limited correlation between FFM and the motor function. Obviously, you need to go into details to find out more, but basically the trend is there. We have to fight for the fat-free mass, so the muscle mass and the bone mass. Here we see the risk of fractures because the bone mass has a direct relation to the risk fracture. The lower the BMD, the greater the risk for the fracture. Here we see that if we want to evaluate and assess the nutritional status of the child, we should not just check the body mass, but we should check the bone mineral density. We see that the risk of fracture is growing, and we see it with patients with SMA-1. So how to calculate proper nutritional approach for the child suffering from SMA? It is quite a challenge. You can actually rely on the formulas that have been developed, but the direct assessment of the resting energy expenditure is quite difficult because you need to run the indirect calometric measurement. But we actually showed that we have patients that have the proper energy intake and those who have deficient intake and excessive energy intake. We need to remember that the energy demand for patients that are not treated with nusinersen is dependent on the function of the respiratory system. So the respiratory system actually takes a lot of energy since this is a major exercise. Although when I spoke to the specialist and I asked them how much energy you need for the respiratory system to operate, they said that not that much. We should remember that the most frequently used formulas, Schoffiel's or Harris-Benedict's, are not perfect. They may overestimate MREE or they may go the other way round. It is established that the best approach is to calculate calories per the centimeter of the height or the body length. But we do have the most recent study. Yes, we do have Bertoli amongst the authors. For those who are interested, these are traditional formulas for estimating resting estimated expenditure. And we usually take those that are at the bottom because they are specific for SMA, and they were compared to the measured expenditure based on the production of oxygen and the carbon dioxide. This is a very interesting study. Here we have patients that have not been taking nusinersen, and on the right-hand side, patients who have been on this drug. Now, it is interesting to note that the spontaneously breathing children without nusinersen. This is what I wanted to show you. 480 REE, but with mechanically ventilated children, 100 calories less is needed per 24 hours. But patients that are treated with nusinersen do not show such a great difference, 609 versus 639. So you can explain it in different ways. For instance, you may say that children with nusinersen are in a better shape overall, therefore they have better BMD, and therefore their resting energy expenditure is fairly large, and the conclusion from the study is such that the initial REE depends on the ventilation. You need to think about the nutrition whenever the child is in crisis, whenever it's sick. The major energy expenditure for respiratory function is probably related to the pectoral abdominal breathing. As I said, the shape of the chest is really important. And as I mentioned earlier, for children that are treated with nusinersen, we didn't see a major reduction in MREE. So this is the first study of that kind, and I'm sure that there will be more data becoming available going forward. So these are the formulas that I was referring to that are suggested. This group actually tested adequacy of various mathematical formulas, and the formulas that I presented here are considered to be the most believable. So there was the smallest difference between the measured and estimated energy intake. And there is a calculator that you can also use. I was also mentioning the metabolic disorders that we need to be mindful of in case of the patients with SMA. We may have glucose metabolism disorders, and also lipid disorders and fatty acids metabolism disorders. The conclusion is that patients with SMA may have a higher risk of hypoglycemia, and you have to think about it in case of the acute infection or the surgery. Then you should avoid fasting longer than 6 hours. For children with SMA-1 and longer than 12 hours for children with SMA-2. This is vital in the situation when we are in a pre-surgery period or another procedure will be performed where a child has to be fasted. Now, here carnitine is also a key marker. As of today, we do not have any study that would show that carnitine supplement may improve the nutritional status. Now, how to approach nutritional support for children with SMA? Well, first of all, the child should be evaluated by the pediatrician or gastroenterologist who is actually experienced in assessing any feeding disorders. So this physician has to be able to assess the safety of the feeding and the nutritional state, so body composition and the length of the body, and plan the intervention. So you may have sitters, not sitters, and ambulant children. Now the level of needed nutrition will vary here. Children with the greatest motor skill impairment should have a video fluoroscopic procedure performed just to check whether there is any aspiration of food into the respiratory syndrome, because aspiration may not always be clearly visible with food coming out of the mouth and nose. There could be also aspirations that are not visible to the eye, but they will lead to the fibrosis of lungs and impairment of respiratory function. So these children need to be monitored, especially in acute conditions, and the body composition should be monitored, especially, for instance, D3 vitamin, and DXA is also needed here. So these children have to be able to consult the dietitian. They need to have lab tests performed, not only hemoglobin or iron or albumins, but also some other tests like trace elements and micro elements and vitamins that I discussed earlier. There are very few sources that will give you objective indication or guidance on what to test for. So the child has to have a comprehensive, well-planned care and should be assessed every 6 months for younger children and at least once a year for older children or adults. Children that are sitters have probably less advanced swallowing disorders, but if there is symptoms of that, video fluoroscopic procedure should be performed and the intervention should be aligned accordingly. And again, we go through the same process, dietitian, physician in monitoring. Now, ambulant children. We've got a different problem here. Obviously, these children need to be consulted, they need to be monitored, but you should look not at malnutrition only, but also the greater likelihood of them being overweight or obese, because these are the conclusions from the literature. So this is another problem that we need to flag, and we see that in the studies. So what are the proper nutritional strategies? These are real-life data. We don't have controlled placebo studies. There is amino acid diet that is fairly popular. It is used by parents, and I know that we do have a study which showed that the survival was, but it was an animal model. So controlled study, but not on people, so we cannot extrapolate here directly. Looking at the data that is available, we may say that patients who are amino acid diet have some subjective benefits, like less discharge in airway, or it's easier to suction them. So this is data from literature. Patients that I know who are on this diet, when they started to use it in a very young age, they continue to be on this diet until adulthood. So it's hard to tell what would happen if they switched it off. But there are no objective evidence that this diet may impact survival or frequency of hospitalization. Therefore, it is just assumed and is believed that the use of these diets is correlated with longer survival, and caregivers and parents tend to support these diets. When we want to get to the practical language, speaking about the proteins, calories, and fat, 9 or 11 calories per centimeter. This is just a study from the Columbia University based on the practical experience. Or the formulas that I was showing, the calculators that were prepared by Bartoli's team.
And this was published this year. 1 to 2 gram of protein per body mass, and 30% of calories do come from fat, fiber according to the rule that we know, and then water at the level 115, 135. We know that first 100 for the first 5 kilograms, and then it is going to be lower. Our Oleg, I am depicting here, is coping quite well. When you look at his body weight, he is quite lean, but when you look at the great parameters of linear growth, and he is fed per os. And now what is the health outcomes? And those children that were on nusinersen in the prospective study present with stability or improvement of the swallowing function. And this is the outcome of the modifying therapy on the function of the GI tract. Keeping the capacity of oral nutrition is 86% of children enrolled in the study, but at the same time, it is 6 out of 7 patients. All of these studies are based on very small groups, but it is a rare disease per se, so we can't really understand that we will be waiting for the large cohorts of patients because they are not really going to be there. And now I would like to invite Dr. Justyna Kudlińska-Sitarz, who is going to share with you the results of the questionnaire studies amongst parents, and she will show to you the functions connected with the capacity of swallowing with Polish patients. Hello. Very fast, I understand. Since I'm a mother of an SMA child on nusinersen, and I have been also watching how his swallowing improved after the beginning of treatment and how well he's starting to eat. And I have a feeling that he's improving in terms of his GI tract. He does not vomit anymore. The problems with constipation decreased. I decided to perform the questionnaire study amongst parents of children with SMA. I don't have many children here. There's just a group of 28 parents filled in the questionnaire, and I hope that it will be filled in by more soon. The age of enrollment between 0 and 18 years of age, SMA-1, as well as treatment with Spinraza for at least 12 months. Dysphagia improved. The choking went down, and we can see that it was observed in 8 the improvement, the worsening in 2, no impact 18. Salivation, no significant improvement. Constipation, improvement is noted. In 13, improvement was observed. And see, here you can see the graphs of the status of the nutrition of those children. The dotted line is prior to the enrollment, and the continuous line is after the administration of treatment. And you can see that they continue along those percentile grids, so it is okay. We had here girls and boys, and the summary is such. Children with SMA require close monitoring of their status of nutrition as well as nutritious support. The capacity of their GI tract is closely connected with the function of their respiratory tract. In children with the improper feeding per os, it is necessary to perform gastrostomy and gastric tube. Qualification for the gastrostomy requires comprehensive gastrological assessment. The selection of the optimum methods as well as the diet requires further studies, and the execution of the nutritional recommendations in this group of patients requires active participation of parents or caregivers to the patient. And from myself, I can add to that the children who are treated should be cared for by a gastrologist. And their nutritional status should be also monitored. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation from a perspective of a physician as well as a parent. I think that it is also a good conclusion pertaining to what we talked about. It is about the coordinated care. Gastrological care is also very important indeed here. Due to the shortage of time, just as it was the case in the for the first speaker, I encourage you to ask questions later on unofficially during the breaks. I think that the speakers will accept that. And now I would like to invite another speaker today. It is Dr. Popaczek, and he's going to talk about another very important issue in SMA, which is the spinal surgeries. And it's an important thing for many, and it gives grounds to concerns frequently. But at the same time, it is incredibly important. So now I think that we are going to hear some important things about it. Hello, thank you very much for the invitation. As it was mentioned before, the surgery concerns almost all our patients. And I would like those surgery to be treated as an element of the necessary treatment, as nusinersen is considered to be a mass or gene therapies are going to be considered now as something which is obviously natural in some patients with some of those types of disease. It will be necessary. The orthopedic problems that we can observe in SMA children are various. We may see the deformity of their feet, problem with hips, different contractures, and first of all, we have a problem of scoliosis. For a moment, I would like to draw your attention to the problem of the hip joints, because this is a problem which comes up whenever we talk with patients and their parents. There is the problem of surgical treatment of hip joints. This is about the dislocation or subluxation of hip joints. Here there are some articles from years ago, and now the surgical treatment can stay for the displaced or subluxation of hips is not really justified. The surgery will not radically improve the quality of life. Moreover, the risks of recurrence of the subluxation or dislocation is very high. So that surgical treatment of the dislocation of hip joint is ineffective. But now let us focus on scoliosis. We know that scoliosis or different deformities of spine are observed in the majority of patients. Even up to 100% of patients suffer from the spinal deformity. The data that you can see here is already older, but as far as the newer data is concerned, we can tell you more about the risk of surgery. Surgical treatment of the spinal deformity as an element of a comprehensive treatment. It is not something which can be done, doesn't have to be done. No, it is something which should be treated as another step to be taken whenever we identify a more serious problem. And this is a very clear opinion. This is a very clear recommendation, which is part of the guidelines that we are based on whenever we think about the treatment of SMA. And it says that if we have the curvature over 50 degrees, then we are entering the path of surgery. It is not really something quite sophisticated. It's very clear, and it's been confirmed by a number of experts in different scientific consensus that if published. The risk to life in the result of the surgery in SMA. Here we have different arms and different SMA types. A percentage of patients for whom there is the risk of surgery. It is as high as 90% of patients with type 2, and it is quite specific. It is 1B, 1C, 2A, 2B, and 3A and B. But then type 2 is combined in one. It is blue and green, and this is the life risk that it's necessary to have that surgery is between 80 and 90%. So we may say that the significant majority of patients with type 2 will have to go through the surgery. Type 3, it is different. Type 3, those patients are ambulatory for quite a long period of time, and the risk of surgery for them is as high as 30 to 40%. It is much more infrequent. And those that will require treatment is type 2 and 1C. The risk here is very, very grave. What influences the course of the curvature? First of all, it is the type of the disease, the age, the progression of the curvature takes place at the time of the growth spurt. first 5 years of life and then at the time of puberty. So this is the time when we have the growth spurt, and then the curvature is really evolving. The type of curvature, if we have the baseline kyphosis, then the risk of progression is higher. But the data that we have, it is from before the causal treatment, so it can be modified as the time goes by, and we will be only observing how it is going to change with the time. And now talking about the parameters on imagery that influence the development of the curvature. For example, when you have the oblique the oblique pelvis, as well as kyphosis, as well as the baseline curvature. This will determine the deterioration. This is an example at the age of 6, 30 plus degrees, and then for the subsequent 5 years, the curvature can deteriorate up to even 95 degrees. The mean on the basis of publication is about 10 degrees per year. Especially at the time of fast growth, it can be as much as 20 degrees annually. Unfortunately, this is what we see. These are the problems that we see. This is 2019, one of our female patients. Those deformities, unfortunately, are part of our clinical practice. You may think that it is rare, but it does happen, or something like this. This is another patient from the previous year, the age of 29. The scans taken in 2019, it's difficult to find any natural, correct form of the spine. And now treatment, physical therapy all the time. Without that, there is no possibility to do any improvement. Then the braces up to 40 to 50 degrees, and surgical treatment above 50 degrees. It doesn't really mean that 50 degrees is the borderline, but it is the time when we think that the contact with the person who is caring for such patients from the perspective of surgery, this should be already established, whether it's 50 degrees or 55 degrees at the time of surgery or 60 degrees. I think it is secondary, but it is simply the time when the contact should be established. And then it is necessary to decide on a one-to-one basis how the treatment is going to be continued and how it is going to be performed. Braces. Idiopathic scoliosis, non-muscular or neural, we know that it can work if we have 20 to 40 degrees, especially, well, here I'm talking here about the patients that are growing prior to puberty. In case of neuromuscular scoliosis, in publications, we do not have publications proving that it works, that we can inhibit the evolution of scoliosis. This is actually the function of support for the silhouette was as straight as possible, and sometimes it simply delays with time the moment of surgery. People were afraid in the past that the braces can deteriorate respiratory function. It is stiff and it embraces the whole chest with something like armor, and then it simply can inhibit breathing. But it does not get the confirmation in the publications. But my experience with parents show that it, those children that do not have bracing, they have better respiration. Surgical treatment, this is what we are striving at. There are many things that we have to take into account whenever we plan the treatment or whenever we think about the treatment. It is the SMA type, age, the respiratory function, the magnitude of curvature, weight, it is also the lean body mass as well as the fat body mass, and the energy that can be required for surgical treatment, cooperation, compliance, etc. But it is a personalized treatment. It is not one size fits all. Those were surgeries which were performed many years ago, very typical surgeries, and I think that many of you know such pictures. This is a woman who was operated many years ago, but you can see that those surgeries in the past, they were quite, well, they were one size fits all. But now we have definitely much more extensive capacities, technology that observe the growth as well as they correct the posture of a patient after the growth is finished. For example, we have the rods, growing rods. Those surgeries are relatively not invasive. Relatively, because when we look at the scar, you may think that it is just an incision in the upper part of the body or the lower part of the body, but the surgery is very similar. This rod goes subcutaneously throughout the whole segment of the spine. Uh, uh, in the subsequent meetings, we can see that this rod is expanded with the use of the external device, which is put on the skin of the patient. This is how it works during the follow-up period. This rod is prolonged and the spine is relatively straight. This is before surgery and then in the period of 3 years of the follow-up. What are things that we cannot correct, we cannot impact? For example, this is the position of ribs. These are the ribs that we can see in the period of the subsequent 3 years. They are here in the bell-like shape, and the chest is narrowed in the upper part. Theoretically speaking, we can apply here an additional element which can grasp the coastal region, but the risk that well, we know that bone is quite weak, and there is a risk of snapping, and it's not that obvious. The growing rods are effective. It was proved in many publications. Early treatment with the magnetic rods leads to the point that when a child finishes growing at the age of 13 or 15, the final treatment, which is the corrective surgery, with different points of entry, is really very effective, and it is connected with a lower risk. On the other hand, there are many patients, especially with more severe SMA types, when treatment can be completed only with magnetic rods. It is not necessary to perform the final surgery because the spine is so straight that it is not necessary to interfere with that. The weight of the patient is very low. It's about 30 plus kilograms in the adult age, so it doesn't require any additional intervention. So once again, let me stress that early start of the treatment with the 50 plus degrees of curvature, this is that group of patients. Early treatment, early surgery allows for the final outcome to be much better in the adult life. And another possibility of treatment is the controlled growth. Here, the surgery is based on the fact that we have one surgical intervention, which in the upper part stiffens the spine, and in the green part, as you can see, there is the lengthening of those rods, and you can see that how it is expanded, and this spine is long as it is what's expected. It can also be provided in the upper part of the body, and here the patient grew, and in the subsequent years we can see the change of the system. The controlled growth is also extensively described in literature. There are some problems associated with it, and they can occur at the puberty period. For example, when those rods did not really diverge, but they are sort of dislocated, but it requires surgical intervention. In children that are close to the puberty period and the completion of their growth, we propose just one surgery, and this surgery is to provide for the optimum correction of the curvature. It is the stiffening of the posterior part of the spine, and the segment is not short. If we are to look at the disease, how it progresses, what changes it implies, the whole process of the stiffening, it's really very slow. Perhaps with the development of pharmaceutical techniques, it is going to be possible. But today, it is quite optimum for the range to be relatively long, but not as long as it was the case in the previous years, because it does not cover the pelvis, or it includes pelvis very rarely. And it also allows patients to get active a little bit earlier and to be more fit as compared with what was in the past. And this is the typical presentation at the age of 12. Oh, here,
też innowacji, które
there is another innovation that we can introduce. Those are the rods that are not that invasive. We have small incision on the skin, and then the rods are
tak, żeby zminimalizować
taken under the skin in order to minimize the surgery time,
na długość znieczulenia.
as well as the length of anesthesia. Same goes here.
Co chcemy osiągnąć tą
What do we
operacją?
want to achieve thanks to the surgery? We would like to have the curvature below 30 degrees. Why? Because up to 30 degrees of curvature, the risk of any problems connected with the spine after the surgery is very low, much lower than if after the correction the curvature is 50 degrees. But if we start and we have the curvature like 120 degrees, as we can see here in the scan, we are not even able to get close to that. Perhaps we will be able to get about half of the baseline. Then we will finish our surgery at the curvature of about 60 degrees. And that is why those structures which are inserted at that time, they are more extended. Instead of having 2 rods, we have 3 rods for this construction to be reinforced and to minimize the risk of any post-operational problems in longer term. Or in this situation, when we have extremely deformed spine and we are not able to perform a significant adjustment or correction, it is not possible sometimes even to introduce the second rod if the curvature is so significant, if the spine is so rotated. So the early interventions are much more beneficial for patients, also because of the course of the disease of the patient. Those children at early age adapt much faster to the new position of their spine.
Wydolność oddechowa? Tutaj
Respiratory capacity.
spotykamy się z sytuacją,
We meet frequently the situations when we can see children with low respiratory function, when spirometry shows the values which are very high, very low. But we have to be very cautious about it because they do not necessarily indicate how those children can go through the surgery, and this is not an absolute contraindication for surgery.
powikłania,
Complications.
o którym bardzo często spotykania.
Frequently questions are asked about complications. Neurological, 0.2%. In case of neuromuscular disorders, fortunately, we haven't had such a case once at all. Infectious complications connected with the bacterial infection, it is at the level of about 2 to 4%. For the last 4 years, the material I scanned, there was just one patient that had such an infection post-laminotomy, and one patient after a large correction, and the frequency of revisions up to 3 to 5%, and recently you had below 1% for the last years. And this is an example of a patient at the age of 26 with severe deformity, in whom the treatment was not smooth, but it required another surgery about 2 weeks after the first surgery to provide for the possibility of healing of the surgical wound. Unfortunately, there was some local infection. Mechanical complications which are connected with not really very well planned surgery or technical problems that can come up. This is a patient who was operated 8 years ago, and the range of the implant was simply not long enough. It doesn't cover the upper part of the pectoral segment, and then the upper part was curved after that. What I mentioned before, the pelvis. Well, the pelvis doesn't really have to be always embedded. Moreover, in case of patients who were operated many years ago, the pelvis is destabilized. The rods, sometimes they fracture here, or the rod gets out of the screw, and then it simply releases the stiffening, but it also influences the stability of those patients, as it is the case here. Subjective evaluation. Unfortunately, it remains to be difficult. It is the whole disease that influences the function of patients, and the very disease has great impact on the function. But looking at the long-term observation, 10 years and longer show that the function of sitting is improving. Respiratory function seems to be also better, although some publications show that those parameters go down a little bit. Moreover, the implementation of the intrathecal therapy is possible thanks to that, and some of the functions deteriorate. In Hammersmith score, the results sometimes go down. They do go down because some of the functions, some of the actions can be limited. But after the surgery, in the period of observation, those results can climb up. Perhaps they will not go back to the baseline, but they will have a growing trend. Now, a few words about nusinersen. This treatment, surgical treatment of the spine, allows for the continuation of nusinersen treatment, laminotomy. Well, this is the window in the posterior part of the spine, which is cut out, through which it is easier to introduce the needle, is now performed as a routine procedure. It comes from some other publications that report on the effectiveness of this treatment. There are other possibilities that are quoted by authors, is that the possibility of the lowering of just not touching an element of the spine for that place to be left for the introduction of the needle. I know that it may be controversial a little bit, and now there's another technique which is really very effective, which is applied by practitioners, which is about the nusinersen intrathecal administration guided by CT. That's it from me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed for your extremely insightful and very thorough lecture, which could have been delivered by a practitioner. But now we are now going to stick to the surgical treatment, but we are going to look at it from a different perspective. So we are going to talk about what comes after the surgery, what can be done with physical therapy after the surgery, because sometimes we may think that it is made more difficult, but there are different ways to act. And the last lecture in this session will be conducted by Dr. Agnieszka Stępień. I don't have to introduce her to you, I think, because she's our permanent fixture. And she is going to deliver a lecture on physical therapy after the surgical stabilization of the spine.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know that we are behind schedule, and I will try not to get you bored. So I prepared a fairly practical presentation, and I will speak about the physical therapy and what we should look at after the spinal surgery. The fact that the posture has improved is obvious, but it will change biomechanics of the body, and therefore it should be acknowledged during daily functioning. When I attend various conferences, I sometimes hear that so-called mechanical silence is needed, not to destabilize the patient, and you have to be very careful while working with patients who have undergone spinal surgery. This is a survey that we ran with the foundation. We were surveying people who had spinal surgery. 31 respondents, half and half adults and children. Different surgical techniques were used, and in this questionnaire, the respondents had to choose one of the questions, one of the answers. So they were asked to say whether they improved or deteriorated. Now, improvement. 19 persons said that their respiratory function and breathing improved. So even if capacity is actually declining, but the subjective perception is that the respiratory function has improved. And supported sitting, and then digestion and bowel movement, bowel emptying. And some people also took the head control, but head control is actually both on both sides. Many people claim that head control deteriorated. Over 30% of respondents claimed that they had an issue with head control. So this is what you have to be prepared for before surgical treatment. Many people would say, my head goes to one direction. The child goes to school. And now parents say that, look, we need to have an assistant because the child is not able to actually keep the head straight. The head goes to one side. Now, nearly 30% of the respondents claimed that their bathing function deteriorated, how the child should sit in the bathtub. Now, raising their hands towards the head. I used to do it. Now I cannot do it because the body is longer and the biomechanics changed. Unsupported seating may also deteriorate for some patients. And many patients have problems with change of the position. For instance, children who used to be able to sit on their own, and now they have a problem with it after the surgery. So the child has to learn how to sit differently. Now, on the other hand, respondents were asked another question. Please say what was the best after the surgery. So we were scoring it. So what improved best and what improved least, and the same for deterioration. And please take a note. Sitting was best improved because I can sit longer, I look better. Many people say that we can sit better. Again, breathing was a major improvement. And then arms and movement of arms, for like nearly 50% claimed that it was better. Now, what has deteriorated? Well, sitting without support, it has become more difficult. I have long body, it is hard to keep control. So this is something that we need to remember about. If the young person used to sit before, we have to get him or her prepared to learn sitting after the surgery. Bending forward. So sometimes the child is in the wheelchair and then it bends or cannot reach out. And another challenge is the control of head and head movements. So certain things get repeated. Now we were checking where the range of movement was limited. Now, joints of the upper extremities, over 60% said that contractures of lower extremities are more frequent. So what shall we do when we have less exercise, less movement? After the surgery, many times, the contracture appears, and then there is a long way to get back to the vertical posture. Now, what really surprised me was the answer to the question about pain, because sometimes I see children that had the surgery some time ago, and parents say children are complaining about the pain, back pain, rib pain. It's normal because this is an extensive surgery, but now what to do about it, where this pain is located. And interesting thing is that 40% actually had pain before operation, before the surgery, and now more feel the pain after the surgery. So perhaps the pain is there sometime after the surgery and then it would disappear. Now, when you look again at the spinal column, at the spine, nearly 40%, sorry, 20% had pain before the surgery, and over 40% had pain, spine pain, after the surgery. So we have to think about it, what we need to do to avoid pain. Now, we have to proceed safely. Physical therapists often say that lack of movement, being motionless, is the worst thing after the surgery, scoliosis surgery. The worst thing you can do is not to move after the surgery. Yesterday, I had consultation with a lady who had spinal surgery, and she said, "Look, I need to move. I don't like static exercise, but I would like to move my arms and legs." So when we move our tissue, not just the spine, but the tissue, then we can reduce pain. And it has to be safe movement because of the scar that needs to heal. And here we may have some facial techniques, but it has to be very gentle, away from the spine. There are ways to actually relax the muscles. It brings relief. It is important to note the proper position. You cannot always place the patient on his stomach because of the contractures. If the joint hips are in contracture, you cannot place the child on his stomach, on his belly. And then in case of this position, a major rotation of head is required. And when children have scoliosis, the head rotation is constrained. So perhaps you should place the child on the side. So you have to think about it ahead of time. Now, another thing that came out from the survey, the neck and the shoulder joint may be painful after the surgery. Why? Because there are certain groups of muscles that connect the body with the head. So if there was a surgery, then there is probably some tension in the neck area and the shoulders and the shoulder necks. So this is shoulder joints. So this is where we should work with physical therapy. Now, what we can tell looking at the lower extremities, and then also at the body, we can see that the children complain about some pain of their hips or of their spine. But if they straighten their legs, then they feel the pain in their spine. Now, another interesting thing, I had several patients. I talked to the doctor yesterday about it, that the child lost weight after the surgery and has problems with swallowing, or the child says that my ribs are painful. So this is diaphragm. And remember that the GI goes through diaphragm, and we need to use breathing exercises to release tension. So there are simple ways you can, and some simple things that you can do to actually alleviate the pain. Here we have a picture of the boy 3 weeks after the surgery. You can tell that he's sitting on his own. He's trying to raise his hand, and he's able to raise one hand high, but the other hand is raised just low, and the head is actually tilting to one side. And many times the child is out of balance and trips to one side. Now, there is a picture before and after, and you can tell that the neck tension was completely different before. So you can prepare the child before the surgery for the proper head position after the surgery. So it is also important what we do with the children before they have surgery. And there are many muscle groups that we have to work with. For instance, muscles that are sitting right below the head. You can move them without moving the spine. I want to mention the rotation. Children are often afraid to move their head after the surgery. Recently, I got a question from my patient, can I move my head? Yes, you can. Now, rotation of head to one side and the other. We actually had a survey, a study with your participation, but prior to the spine surgery, children had limited rotational movement. You can measure that. Usually you have a different range of movement in one side and the other side. So this is something that you can work on prior to the surgery. I know that this slide looks like very like a piece of mystery, but it actually shows that children with scoliosis have more rigid neck. So children without scoliosis have a larger range of movement. What does it mean? It means that you can exercise certain things before the surgery and you can get back to it after the surgery in the safe way. And it also happens with healthy people with scoliosis, that you can rotate your head in one direction, but you have an issue if you go the other way. And if you're not able to actually move your head to one side, then you have problem when you want to turn yourself. So we have to prepare the head. And now things that I can see quite often after the surgery, there is reflexive tension in the hips. Children like to bend their legs. So perhaps this is just a reflex of the pelvic muscles that will not let the child straighten the hip. But we have ways to relax them safely without moving the lumbar part of the spine. Therefore, we bring in the new exercise. We have to measure the range of movement before the surgery and after. If there is a restricted range of movement, we have to work on it safely. And after the surgery, we have to look at the symmetry of hip joints because many children after the surgery tend to put one leg more to the outside, another one to the inside. That affects hip joints. So we have to pay attention to the symmetry after the spine surgery. Now, it makes sense to check to what extent the flexation of the joints is possible. Flexion of the joints is possible. For instance, you can see here that the one leg is more flexed, the other one less, and it was more equal before the surgery. Now, imagine that you cannot flex your legs. You cannot flex them to 90 degrees. Or one can be flexed, the other one cannot. Or you cannot reach forward when you sit in the wheelchair. That requires flexion of the hip. After the surgery, one of my hips cannot be flexed. So what shall I do? I have to bend sideways to be able to reach out for something because one of the hips doesn't have a proper range of movement. So if you don't prepare the hips beforehand, the child while sitting will actually curve because it will be a natural movement for him or her. Now, lifters. Lifters many times require major flexion in the hips. If the flexion in the hips is limited after the surgery, the child is not sitting straight here. So again, we are affecting the hip joint. Many patients and children of the patient and parents of the children ticked problems with sitting position, with keeping the sitting position. Well, you need to actually prepare the muscles because if you sit on the axis, but it's easier. But if you have to bend forward or move forward, then my muscles, posterior muscles, have to react, but they were in latency. So if and the same way I go the other way around. So we have to practice that with our patients. Here we have various positions to train proper sitting with a longer body. Sometimes the body becomes 10 centimeters longer after the spine. So we have different levers in the body. Now, what you often see after the surgery, the hand raising. After the surgery, I can tell that one hand goes higher and the other one goes lower. Why? Perhaps the pelvis is out of balance. So again, we have to prepare through various exercises the children. Now, I've already mentioned that, so I will move on. And this is sitting in the bathtub. Imagine that you are sitting in the bathtub with straight legs. It means that my hips have to flex. And many children are not able to do it because they have contractures in their lower extremities, and therefore you have to prepare lower extremities to sit straight. If you don't do it, then you have a situation when your pelvis go backwards, and if the implant is fixed to the lumbar section, then you start actually putting too much weight on the segment where the implant sits. So you have to look at each activity the child makes and think why it has become difficult at this moment. So these are not very complicated exercises. These are simple things that you can do without affecting the stability of the spine and even taking a good care of it. And to summarize, we have to we have to reduce pain right after the surgery. We have to improve the range of movement. We have to stabilize the body, the trunk. So we have to stimulate breathing. And parents were saying, well, now the problem is how to care for my child, how to put the child in the bathtub. Two people are needed to do it. So we have to educate the parents how to do it safely so that there is no fear in parents and in children. Thank you for your attention. Well, thank you for a very interesting presentation, although many things were not logically obvious to us. If I may have one question. At some point, you said after the surgery, especially when we speak about these problems. What do you mean after the surgery? 1 week after, 1 year after?
Ja czasem mam właśnie mały przyjaciel, co mam z nim kontakt 2 czy 3
Well,
tygodnie.
sometimes I see patients 2 or 3 days after the surgery, and they call me and they ask, what can we do? Because there is pain. And you can use some relaxation techniques that can be done safely without any movement. You just put your hands there and you release the tension. And the stretching exercises can be added later on. But all these simple things can be done right away, immediately, because pain leads to the improper position of the body. Breathing is safe. Each of us breathes. Therefore, this is something that we can teach patients or parents of the patients right after, immediately after the surgery. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank all the speakers of this interesting session. I would like to invite all the speakers to the stage. And meanwhile, when the speakers will be approaching, I would like to make some housekeepings. We do have we are behind schedule, so we have a delay. So we are not taking the picture right now, but we are going straight to lunch. Thank you.
czasem z naszymi rehabilitantami lub z rodzicami, czy po prostu samodzielnie w domu.
Co jakiś czas łączyliśmy się przez internet na kamerkach i rozmawialiśmy, jakie potrzebne są rzeczy, co musi aplikacja zawierać.
Później opracowywaliśmy, a właściwie wybieraliśmy wygląd pomocnika, czyli takiej postaci, która pojawia się w aplikacji, jest robotem, jakby przedstawiającym jej funkcje i pomagającym użytkownikowi używać aplikacji.
Więc teraz uruchomię aplikację i widzimy ekran powitalny. Wchodzę w zakładkę Zarejestruj się i mogę założyć swoje konto. I kontynuuję. I mamy ekran przedstawiający naszego pomocnika, robocika, jak go nazwę, Krzysztof. I przechodzę dalej. Mój robocik jest już spersonalizowany i wygląda ciekawie. Jak się czuję? Ja się dzisiaj czuję dobrze, więc zaznaczam, że się czuję dobrze. Przechodzę dalej i prosi mnie o skonfigurowanie fizjoterapii. Dodaję sobie przypomnienie i wpisuję. I zjeżdżam na sam dół, klikam dodaj przypomnienie, które będzie się pojawiać codziennie, co wtorek o godzinie 13. Pamiętaj o lekach i mogę sobie przypomnienia o lekach skonfigurować. Następnie mamy nawodnienie, gdzie mogę uzupełnić sobie ile dziś wypiłam i ustawić cel nawodnienia. Przechodzimy dalej, gdzie mamy wykres zebranych punktów, w których widzimy i za to dostałem punkty, jak odpowiedziałem i tak dalej. Dalej mamy sklep, w którym widzimy ile mamy monet, możemy sobie kupić ubrania dla naszego robota oraz jego przyjaciół. Mnie stać na przykład na kosmicznego Grucia, więc go sobie kupię. Dalej mamy sekcję znajomi, gdzie mogę dodać znajomych. Następnie mamy ekran profil, w którym możemy zapisać swoją wagę, przyznać lekarzowi dostęp do swoich wyników i uzupełnić zgody i dokumenty. Warto również wspomnieć o tym, że istnieje specjalny panel dla lekarzy, przez który mogą oni zdalnie sprawdzać dostęp swoich pacjentów.
Aplikacja SMA-kiem od strony lekarskiej pozwala nam na lepszy wgląd w to, jak na co dzień wygląda życie pacjenta. Od strony, która nas najbardziej interesuje pod względem medycznym, czyli możemy zobaczyć, jaki rodzaj fizjoterapii pacjent wykonuje i z jaką częstotliwością. Mamy wgląd również w jego samopoczucie, które też jest dla nas bardzo istotne. Mamy wgląd w to, jakie leki pacjent zażywa i jak wygląda regularność zażywania tych leków.
Ta aplikacja otwiera przed nami zupełnie nowe możliwości. Taki zupełnie nowy wymiar opieki nad pacjentem z SMA. Ponieważ daje nam możliwość spojrzenia na pacjenta, na jego funkcjonowanie jakby w takiej szerokiej, długoterminowej skali. Bo tak naprawdę my mamy taki dosyć punktowy kontakt podczas wizyty lekarskiej i nie jesteśmy w stanie wszystkich informacji na takiej wizycie zebrać. A tutaj możemy mieć pogląd na taką sytuację codziennego funkcjonowania pacjenta. Możemy też personalizować oczywiście tutaj nasze zalecenia, spojrzeć jak pacjent funkcjonuje w codziennym życiu, a nie tylko jakby w trakcie tej naszej punktowej wizyty, takiej jednorazowej jakby obserwacji.
Najważniejszą rolą tej aplikacji tak naprawdę jest to, że uatrakcyjnia ona fizjoterapię. Pacjenci, czy dzieci, czy dorośli, ktokolwiek będzie z tego korzystał, będą mogli tak naprawdę za każdą fizjoterapię odbytą osiągnąć dodatkowe punkty, jeżeli chodzi o aplikacje, co tak naprawdę ma ich po prostu zachęcić do jak najczęstszego wykonywania ćwiczeń. Mamy wgląd do takich podstawowych danych, którymi jest po prostu masa ciała, czy wykonywane przez dany okres czasu fizjoterapia.
Jeżeli pacjent udostępni mi dostęp do swoich danych w aplikacji, ja w moim panelu lekarza mam tutaj taki widok na cały jakby okres, który jest rejestrowany. Widzę, jak wykonuje poszczególne ćwiczenia fizjoterapeutyczne, jego samopoczucie, takie zalecenia dotyczące leków i nawodnienia. Czyli na jednym ekranie mogę prześledzić wyniki z kilku tygodni, a nawet kilku miesięcy.
Co nam daje fizjoterapeutom ta aplikacja, to głównie jakby wgląd w to, jakie ćwiczenia dla pacjentów są na przykład trudniejsze, z którymi mają problem, i dzięki temu przy następnej wizycie możemy na przykład dane ćwiczenia powtórzyć, czy chociażby, nie wiem, zmienić część ćwiczeń, dostosować je, bardziej zindywidualizować.
SMAP ma ten atut, że pozwala choremu, ale także jego opiekunom kontrolować to, co się dzieje w związku z chorobą, przez co w ogromnym stopniu pomaga w życiu codziennym każdego chorego.
Kontakt z osobami chorymi na SMA znacząco różni się od kontaktu, do jakiego jesteśmy przyzwyczajeni. Mimo tego pacjenci dawali z siebie wszystko, pracowało się z nimi bardzo dobrze, przejawiali bardzo dużą aktywność, a także bardzo dużą pomysłowość. Są to bardzo błyskotliwi ludzie, którzy mieli wpływ na całokształt aplikacji.
Pracując przy aplikacji poznałam wielu świetnych ludzi, z którymi utrzymuję kontakt codziennie, ze sobą rozmawiamy. Zrozumiałem też, jak działa proces tworzenia aplikacji od zera, co trzeba wiedzieć, znaleźć i jak to po kolei wszystkie procesy od tworzenia, od pomysłu przez tworzenie interfejsu aż po napisanie samej aplikacji.
Ciekawe doświadczenie. Rzeczywiście przyjemne spotkanie, takie co jakiś czas dość regularne, bo rzeczywiście spotykaliśmy się na Google Meetie dość często i widać było, że tworzymy coś, że to nie jest rzecz zrobiona tylko gdzieś i dana chorym do używania, tylko rzeczywiście mamy realny wpływ na to, jak ona wygląda.
Bardzo mi się podobała praca przy aplikacji. Na pewno zdobyłem wiele doświadczenia i dużo się nauczyłem.
A czy jakoś? Myślę, że należy ją pobrać, bo uczy przede wszystkim dobrych nawyków, pilnowania nawodnienia, brania leków, fizjoterapii, a to, że lekarz widzi nasze wyniki, to jest tylko przy okazji.
Używajcie tego, bo warto, bo jest to rzecz, która daje Tobie podgląd do Twojej systematyczności jako osoby, która musi, żeby dbać o swoje zdrowie, wykonywać dane czynności regularnie i pozwala za pomocą powiadomień chociaż trochę odciążyć mózg od pamiętania o tych czynnościach regularnie.
Pozwala ustalić harmonogram zajęć, ułatwia kontakt z terapeutą lub rehabilitantem albo z jakąś osobą bliską. Można dzięki tej aplikacji kontrolować leki, rehabilitację, czy nawet ilość wody, jaką spożywamy dziennie.
Aplikacja po prostu skierowana do osób w każdym wieku. Tak naprawdę nie ma ograniczeń co do tego, kto może z niej korzystać. Mogą z niej korzystać dzieci, mogą z niej korzystać dorośli, mogą z niej korzystać nawet seniorzy, jeżeli będą chcieli.
Jesteśmy bardzo zadowoleni z tego, że w całym projekcie brały udział osoby chore oraz klinicyści, co daje nam poczucie, że aplikacja będzie przydatna każdemu choremu oraz jego opiekunowi.
Nazywam się Michał Stankiewicz, mam 18 lat.
Nazywam się Hubert Baranowski, mam 19 lat.
Mam na imię Łukasz i choruję na SMA już od urodzenia, od 17 lat.
Na SMA choruję od 6 miesiąca życia.
Zdecydowałem się na udział w tworzeniu aplikacji tak naprawdę z ciekawości, no oraz przede wszystkim przyczynić się jakoś do pomocy pozostałym chorym.
Byłem jedną z osób, która konsultowała, jak ma aplikacja wyglądać, jakie mają być funkcje przede wszystkim, co zrobić, żeby dało się z niej korzystać.
Nazywam się Iwona Szafran, jestem wolontariuszem Fundacji SMA. Miałam przyjemność brać udział w projekcie tworzenia SMA aplikacji. Kiedy powstał pomysł, żeby stworzyć taką aplikację, wiedzieliśmy, że bardzo ważne jest, aby zaprosić samych zainteresowanych, aby oni wypowiedzieli się, co tak naprawdę jest ważne i co jest wyzwaniem w życiu codziennym z chorobą.
Aplikacja jest stworzona dla pacjentów z SMA, ale jest też wersja dla lekarzy, która pozwala im sprawdzić nasze efekty, co się zmieniło, czy pilnujemy, jaką mamy kondycję, czy pilnujemy poziomu nawodnienia, czy mamy fizjoterapię i jakie fizjoterapię, kiedy ćwiczymy, co robimy na tych ćwiczeniach i przypomina też o braniu leków.
Praca nad aplikacją była bardzo dużym wyzwaniem. Pracowaliśmy wspólnie z pacjentami chorymi na SMA. Pacjenci byli odpowiedzialni za zbudowanie wymagań dla aplikacji, weryfikowali nasze pomysły na aplikację, a także bardzo dużo dawali od siebie pod kątem pomysłów, które potem my realizowaliśmy.
Każdy z nas miał przedstawić nasze pomysły na aplikację, aby stworzyć ją w taki sposób, by była jak najbardziej użyteczna. Naszym zadaniem było jakby patrzeć na to od strony właśnie osoby chorej, sprawdzać, czy wszystkie treści zawarte w aplikacji pod takim względem merytorycznym są zgodne z prawdą, ale też kontrolować to, żeby sam interfejs czy wygląd był jak najbardziej przystępny dla osoby chorej, która może mieć trudności z używaniem telefonu.
Na początku byli włączeni w fazę projektowania UX i UI aplikacji, czyli wszystkie elementy graficzne, które są widoczne w aplikacji, były weryfikowane przez nich. Pracowaliśmy wspólnie, zostali włączeni w ten proces tak jak nasz normalny klient, czyli zgłaszali uwagi, które były krytyczne, akceptowali nasze prace, a także przez to uczyli się trochę od podszewki tego, jak my pracujemy i od podszewki to widzieli, jak pracuje zazwyczaj nasz klient.
Spotykaliśmy się kilka razy w miesiącu razem z całą grupą. Rozmawialiśmy, jak ta aplikacja ma wyglądać, co ta aplikacja powinna posiadać.
Pierwsze spotkanie było tak naprawdę jakby wielką burzą mózgów na temat tego, co będzie w aplikacji. Następnie my jako osoby biorące udział w tym projekcie mieliśmy do przedstawienia listę fizjoterapii, którą wykonujemy razem z naszymi rehabilitantami lub z rodzicami, czy po prostu samodzielnie w domu.
Co jakiś czas łączyliśmy się przez internet na kamerkach i rozmawialiśmy, jakie potrzebne są rzeczy, co musi aplikacja zawierać.
Później opracowywaliśmy, a właściwie wybieraliśmy wygląd pomocnika, czyli takiej postaci, która pojawia się w aplikacji, jest robotem, jakby przedstawiającym jej funkcje i pomagającym użytkownikowi używać aplikacji.
Więc teraz uruchomię aplikację i widzimy ekran powitalny. Wchodzę w zakładkę Zarejestruj się i mogę założyć swoje konto. I kontynuuję. I mamy ekran przedstawiający naszego pomocnika, robocika, ja go nazwę Krzysztof. I przechodzę dalej. Mój robocik jest już spersonalizowany i wygląda ciekawie. Jak się czuję? Ja się dzisiaj czuję dobrze, więc zaznaczam, że się czuję dobrze. Przechodzę dalej i prosi mnie o skonfigurowanie fizjoterapii. Dodaję sobie przypomnienie i wpisuję. I zjeżdżam na sam dół, klikam dodaj przypomnienie, które będzie się pojawiać codziennie, co wtorek o godzinie 13. Pamiętaj o lekach i mogę sobie przypomnienia o lekach skonfigurować. Następnie mamy nawodnienie, gdzie mogę uzupełnić sobie, ile dziś wypiłem i ustawić cel nawodnienia. Przechodzimy dalej, gdzie mamy wykres zebranych punktów, w których widzimy i za to dostałem punkty, jak odpowiedziałem i tak dalej. Dalej mamy sklep, w którym widzimy, ile mamy monet, możemy sobie kupić ubrania dla naszego robota oraz jego przyjaciół. Mnie stać na przykład na kosmicznego glucia, więc go sobie kupię. Dalej mamy sekcję znajomi, gdzie mogę dodać znajomych. Następnie mamy ekran profil, w którym możemy zapisać swoją wagę, przyznać lekarzowi dostęp do swoich wyników i uzupełnić zgody i dokumenty. Warto również wspomnieć o tym, że istnieje specjalny panel dla lekarzy, przez który mogą oni zdalnie sprawdzać postęp swoich pacjentów.
Aplikacja SMA-kiem od strony lekarskiej pozwala nam na lepszy wgląd w to, jak na co dzień wygląda życie pacjenta. Od strony, która nas najbardziej interesuje pod względem medycznym, czyli możemy zobaczyć, jaki rodzaj fizjoterapii pacjent wykonuje i z jaką częstotliwością. Mamy wgląd również w jego samopoczucie, które też jest dla nas bardzo istotne. Mamy wgląd w to, jakie leki pacjent zażywa i jak wygląda regularność zażywania tych leków.
Ta aplikacja otwiera przed nami zupełnie nowe możliwości. Taki zupełnie nowy wymiar opieki nad pacjentem z SMA. Ponieważ daje nam możliwość spojrzenia na pacjenta, na jego funkcjonowanie jakby w takiej szerokiej, długoterminowej skali. Bo tak naprawdę my mamy taki dosyć punktowy kontakt podczas wizyty lekarskiej i nie jesteśmy w stanie wszystkich informacji na takiej wizycie zebrać. A tutaj możemy mieć pogląd na taką sytuację codziennego funkcjonowania pacjenta. Możemy też personalizować oczywiście tutaj nasze zalecenia, spojrzeć jak pacjent funkcjonuje w codziennym życiu, a nie tylko jakby w trakcie tej naszej punktowej wizyty, takiej jednorazowej jakby obserwacji.
Najważniejszą rolą tej aplikacji tak naprawdę jest to, że uatrakcyjnia ona fizjoterapię. Pacjenci, czy dzieci, czy dorośli, ktokolwiek będzie z tego korzystał, będą mogli tak naprawdę za każdą fizjoterapię odbytą osiągnąć dodatkowe punkty, jeżeli chodzi o aplikację, co tak naprawdę ma ich po prostu zachęcić do jak najczęstszego wykonywania ćwiczeń. Mamy wgląd do takich podstawowych danych, którymi jest po prostu masa ciała, czy wykonywane przez dany okres czasu fizjoterapia.
Jeżeli pacjent udostępni mi dostęp do swoich danych w aplikacji, ja w moim panelu lekarza mam tutaj taki widok na cały jakby okres, który jest rejestrowany. Widzę, jak wykonuje poszczególne ćwiczenia fizjoterapeutyczne, jego samopoczucie, takie zalecenia dotyczące leków i nawodnienia. Czyli na jednym ekranie mogę prześledzić wyniki z kilku tygodni, a nawet kilku miesięcy.
Co nam daje fizjoterapeutom ta aplikacja, to głównie jakby wgląd w to, jakie ćwiczenia dla pacjentów są na przykład trudniejsze, z którymi mają problem i dzięki temu przy następnej wizycie możemy na przykład dane ćwiczenia powtórzyć, czy chociażby, nie wiem, zmienić część ćwiczeń, dostosować je, bardziej zindywidualizować.
SMAP ma ten atut, że pozwala choremu, ale także jego opiekunom kontrolować to, co się dzieje w związku z chorobą, przez co w ogromnym stopniu pomaga w życiu codziennym każdego chorego.
Kontakt z osobami chorymi na SMA znacząco różni się od kontaktu, do jakiego jesteśmy przyzwyczajeni. Mimo tego pacjenci dawali z siebie wszystko, pracowało się z nimi bardzo dobrze, przejawiali bardzo dużą aktywność, a także bardzo dużą pomysłowość. Są to bardzo błyskotliwi ludzie, którzy mieli wpływ na całokształt aplikacji.
Pracując przy aplikacji poznałam wielu świetnych ludzi, z którymi utrzymuję kontakt codziennie, ze sobą rozmawiamy. Zrozumiałem też, jak działa proces tworzenia aplikacji od zera, co trzeba wiedzieć, znaleźć i jak to po kolei wszystkie procesy od tworzenia, od pomysłu przez tworzenie interfejsu aż po napisanie samej aplikacji.
Ciekawe doświadczenie. Rzeczywiście przyjemne spotkania takie co jakiś czas dość regularne, bo rzeczywiście spotykaliśmy się na Google Meetie dość często i widać było, że tworzymy coś, że to nie jest rzecz zrobiona tylko gdzieś i dana chorym do używania, tylko rzeczywiście mamy realny wpływ na to, jak ona wygląda.
Bardzo mi się podobała praca przy aplikacji. Na pewno zdobyłem wiele doświadczenia i dużo się nauczyłem.
A czy jakoś... Myślę, że należy ją pobrać, bo uczy przede wszystkim dobrych nawyków, pilnowania nawodnienia, brania leków, fizjoterapii, a to, że lekarz widzi nasze wyniki, to jest tylko przy okazji.
Używajcie tego, bo warto, bo jest to rzecz, która daje Tobie podgląd do Twojej systematyczności jako osoby, która musi, żeby dbać o swoje zdrowie, wykonywać dane czynności regularnie i pozwala za pomocą powiadomień chociaż trochę odciążyć mózg od pamiętania o tych czynnościach regularnie.
Pozwala ustalić harmonogram zajęć, ułatwia kontakt z terapeutą lub rehabilitantem albo z jakąś osobą bliską. Można dzięki tej aplikacji kontrolować leki, rehabilitację, czy nawet ilość wody, jaką spożywamy dziennie.
To aplikacja po prostu skierowana do osób w każdym wieku. Tak naprawdę nie ma ograniczeń co do tego, kto może z niej korzystać. Mogą z niej korzystać dzieci, mogą z niej korzystać dorośli, mogą z niej korzystać nawet seniorzy, jeżeli będą chcieli.
Jesteśmy bardzo zadowoleni z tego, że w całym projekcie brały udział osoby chore oraz klinicyści, co daje nam poczucie, że aplikacja będzie oraz jego opiekunowi.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome to the last part of our today's meeting. I'm very happy that you stuck with us, and the last block that we prepared for you is raising important subjects, as important as the previous subjects, and I will try to catch up with Pavel in the announcement of guests. It's going to be difficult. Please keep your fingers crossed for me. And now I would like to invite Dr. Anna Łysakowska from the Department of Neurology of Warsaw Medical University, and she will talk to us about registries of persons with SMA. It is a very important subject, especially when we look at that from the perspective of the legal changes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me open my presentation. Excellent. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy that we are meeting here in the epidemic state that we have. But, you know, it is also a very important thing that we have the possibility to have personal contact and not only remote contact. The first slide I am going to show to you is sentimental and historic. It was 8 years ago in Sobienie. Some of you must remember, some of you are here in the pictures. It is the first conference of the SMA Foundation, and a fantastic development of the foundation, a fantastic contribution in what I have here. At that time, we were thinking whether or not there will be any treatment possible, and I hope that we will have a possibility to choose a treatment. We didn't expect that it would take such a fast course, and it really was very fast. Look here, starting with historic descriptions of SMA, through the location as well as characteristics of the gene in the 90s of the 20th century to the first drug trials, and then for the last 4 years, the approval of the subsequent therapies, which definitely change the course of the disease. So these are causal therapies. Why are registries important in rare diseases? This is the question that we asked already back then. That was the beginning of the development of the registry in Poland, but such registries did exist in the world. What is a rare disease? Let me say what a rare disease is. It is a disease that is rare. The frequency, or actually the prevalence, is lower than 1 in 50,000 population. Our neuromuscular diseases are not more prevalent than about 10 persons for 100,000 population. SMA is one of rare diseases. The prevalence, as you can see, is 1 to 2 per 100,000 population. In other parts of the world, the prevalence is similar. There are no significant differences between different regions. And incidence is about 1 per 8,000 live births. In Poland, we have about 50 new cases annually. The carrier status in Poland, well, in the world, it is every 5th or every 6th person is a carrier. In Poland, it is even 1 in 30 for healthy people. So the risk of the occurrence of the disease is relatively high. What is a rare disease? What is an orphan disease? All these diseases have a very specific characteristic feature. First of all, these are genetic diseases. It is also very characteristic to note that there are few patients with this disease in a given country. The older patients know that it was not easy to confirm the disease, to get the confirmed diagnosis. So many patients may be underdiagnosed, or they simply have no access to diagnostics. And it is connected with the fact that the knowledge about this disease or those patients is not really widespread also amongst doctors. It was also connected to the fact that patients didn't have access to uniform standards of care. Those standards were not set, and it makes the situation of such patients worse. We are observing a different level of care in different countries, but also in one country, in different regions. And I also would like to note that there was limited access to effective causal treatment. Why was it limited? Is it limited in many diseases? Because it is a very difficult therapy. This therapy requires long years of research and work to develop such mechanisms that the most sensitive molecular mechanisms of the functioning of an organism, because these are genetic diseases. We influence the genetic background, taking into account all the consequences of the influence on the human body. The therapies must be highly personalized frequently. They must be dedicated to a specific mutation. In SMA, as you know, it is a very homogeneous mutation. First of all, it is about the hemodeletion of exon 96% of patients, but there are some diseases, for example, the Duchenne dystrophy, where there are several dozen mutations. And the development of therapy for different mutations is related to great cost as well as great effort. It is difficult to look for patients with this one specific mutation. And in the case of genetic drugs, molecular drugs, they are effective only if they act on a specific mutation and specific molecular mechanism. The development of such therapies is connected with very high cost. Years of research, laboratory, preclinical research, and then clinical trials. And this is connected with huge cost, and such patients are very innumerous. When we look at data, when we examine a substance or a factor which is to be therapeutic, then it turns out that on average only 5 out of 5,000 examined substances is moved to the subsequent phase of clinical trials. And that is connected to the fact that before this drug is approved as safe and effective, clinical trials have to be performed. And in these conditions, clinical trials were extremely difficult to carry out. That is why in Europe, mainly in Newcastle, an initiative was established of Treat NMD. The main purpose of that was to accelerate the coordination of works to provide effective treatment for neuromuscular disorders. Treat NMD worked in different areas and different platforms, and they were to lead to the raising of standards of care and speed up effective treatment. That was at the time when we knew that some therapies were being researched preclinically or clinically, and that they were really very promising. So that was a great moment. It was an excellent moment, as a matter of fact, to speed up all these actions to be able to finally attain the objective in different fields. For example, it was about the identification of the places where clinical trials can be conducted. First in Europe, and then it developed also in other parts of the world. It was also connected with different issues connected with the collection of biological samples for further tests, but also one of the very important elements was the development of a global registry of patients with neuromuscular disorders, although, first of all, they included patients with Duchenne muscular dystrophy as well as SMA. Why? Because these are the most prevalent neuromuscular diseases out of the rare neuromuscular diseases. In the research in DMD and SMA, we could see that therapies were feasible in the upcoming future. It was necessary for the registry to be based on the national registries. So it was a great incentive, the support for the development of such registries where they were still missing. And we also joined the project. We were not beneficiaries of the European project in the period 2007-2011, but we developed our own project, which made it possible for us to create the registry. At Treat NMD, some data were identified which had to be introduced the questionnaire and the registries, and they were identical for all the patients to be able to compare them and draw conclusions and analyze them. We also created the registry for patients with Duchenne's dystrophy and SMA. Now we also have the myotonic dystrophy patients. How does it work? Most of you must know because you do participate in the work of the registry. However, in the Department of Neurology at the Medical University of Warsaw is conducted. We collect questionnaire-based data, and the questionnaire-based data is the data that you fill in. It's either the patient or the family or an attending physician. Informed consent is necessary to introduce the data and the result of a genetic test. Now, almost always the questionnaire is connected with the genetic test. I have to admit that at the beginning, although it was a mandatory genetic testing, but at the beginning we registered those people conditionally, people who didn't have the genetic test, but there was high probability that they had SMA, and it also accelerated the verification of genetic tests. So very many patients, thanks to this, had the sped up genetic testing and the final confirmation of the disease. We know that the new therapies are available only to those patients who have the genetic confirmation of the disease. The data is collected and verified. Sometimes you contact you personally in order to verify the data, and then we store the data in very well-protected server. Very few people have access to this database, and from time to time we transfer coded anonymous data to the global base Treat NMD. What are the objectives of this goal, of this registry? Those objectives overlap with the objectives of our national registry. It's about the identification of as a high number of patients as possible with a specific disease, and in this case, it is about SMA. It is about the acceleration of research connected to the treatment of neuromuscular disorders, and this is an incentive not only for scientists if they have the possibility to assess in large populations specific parameters, but also it is good for pharmaceutical companies that there are patients who are identified, diagnosed, and they are under care of different institutions. So this is a guarantee that, for example, clinical trial can be conducted and there is a recipient of that potential treatment. It is also about making it possible for the patients to participate in clinical trials, already an early stage of the possibility of treatment, even if at the beginning of that there is placebo. Then after some time, all patients get a drug. That was also about getting information thanks to the registry. What is the level of care over the patients? Very much information can be drawn, and we can identify the places where there are the highest needs. For clinical and scientific purposes, it is about widespreading knowledge about the occurrence of the disease as well as the natural history of the disease. It is very important because if we have this disease is well characterized with their natural course, we are able to evaluate better the results of treatment. And then the clinical and genetic correlations, which are always extremely important. The feeling that a patient is part of the community, for some it is very, very significant. And now look how the number of patients was growing together with the number of registries in different corners of the world. We have these registries everywhere, and there are about 50 of them. And now over 15,000 patients in the world are treated. There are such countries as India. If the care was better, in India, there would be dozens of thousands, or at least a dozen of thousands of patients in India. I talked about the registry of recruitment patients to clinical trials. The registry plays a very important role because we are able to identify very easily a group on the basis of some criteria. You know that in clinical trials there are criteria when we are able to enroll patients on the basis of the criteria. I remember talks with some patients who couldn't get enrolled in the clinical trial. Why? Because there was no criterion of age fulfilled, or, for example, the physical fitness criterion was a limitation. Those criteria are really very exact. And now such a group is identifiable easily if they fulfill the inclusion or exclusion criteria and facilitated significantly the performance of a clinical trial. It is a benefit for the patient that they participate in the trial and they are treated, and for the biopharmaceutical company it is also a great incentive that they have the population of patients they can base on therapy as for them, and that these people are cared for. And this is not only about saving time, but it's also financial financial incentive. And here there is also the encouragement to do scientific research, the research on different therapies that can lead to the treatment available in rare diseases. What can we say about the path between the biopharmaceutical company and the clinical center where the trial is conducted? Looking at the treat NMD, this is not the only way. A biopharmaceutical company presents the feasibility study. This is the feasibility study which is accepted by the supervisory committee of treat NMD. Then the queries are sent to registries, and registries answer those queries. If they have such patients, then they declare that they want in the future to carry out such a clinical trial. Then it goes back to the biopharmaceutical company, and then the company is in direct contact with that specific national registry. As part of these actions, we executed about 20 feasibility studies. And the measurable outcome of that was carrying out of the total number of 12 clinical trials, including 6 for SMA patients. Such a registry can also serve the purpose of the improvement and homogenization of the level of care for patients with neuromuscular diseases in different regions of the world. A project which can be an example of that was NMD project connected with the Duchenne dystrophy. It was a 3-year-long project based on the questionnaire data sent out to the population of all our patients. On the basis of the data, we were able to evaluate access to genetic testing, orthopedic, pulmonological care. Very many comparisons could be drawn. It turns out that Poland does not really look very bad here, even in genetic testing, and availability of genetic testing is better in our case than it is in the UK. This project also supported the promotional activity, different conferences, trainings for specialists, doctors, physical therapists, but also interdisciplinary teams. I also told you that it is possible to perform different research-based actions on the basis of the registries and the global registry. Many articles were printed on SMA, Duchenne dystrophy, myotonic dystrophy. And in Orphanet Journal of Rare Disorders, we could publish the analysis of data from our registry. The data were quite valuable because this is treatment-naive patients. And this is a point of departure to compare what happens to these patients later on, what is happening to them when they receive treatment. And now I would like to show to you the growing numbers of patients as the time went by. We can see the great acceleration between 1918 and 1918 and 19, where over 300, almost 300 patients were added, and that was connected to the fact that the treatment seems to be very, very realistic, very feasible to introduce in life. The number of patients, as you can see here, there is the prevalence of patients with SMA-3, almost 50% of patients with SMA-3, which does not generally reflect the situation on the ground, because we say that 50% of patients are those with SMA-1. Certainly, this is the result of the fact that we run the registry in our department for adult patients mainly, but also that these patients are, well, severe SMA-1. At that time, those patients were not treated. That is why they did not always get registered. There was a slight prevalence, as you can see here, or superiority of males here in the registry.
It is important to note that SMA is not just a disease that afflicts children, but also adults. Majority of patients are adults, so problems with education, having children, or other things leave a lot of room for further activities. For us, another interesting thing is that in addition to the number of copies that are important for phenotype of SMA, perhaps gender also is a modifying factor. For instance, the distribution of men and women with SMA-3. As I said earlier, the majority are men, but SMA-3B are patients who actually develop disease after the third year of life. And here we do have a vast majority of men, 63 to 37%. But SMA-free with 4 copies of the SMN2 gene, it's 70% men, 30% women. There is a theory that claims that perhaps because of the impact of gender on the disease, women with 4 copies sometimes do not show the disease at all, do not develop it at all. There is some protecting factor. Perhaps it is worth further investigation. We may take it as a guidance for the treatment choice. Another thing, women are sick under the age of 90%, and men, so boys, until they reach the 14th year of age. So there are some factors here. Here we have data that was not published because these analyses did not show any statistically relevant differences. But the first picture shows this is Kaplan-Meier curve that shows the prognosis. The blue curves are women, and women have better prognosis for being ambulant. These are statistical data. As I said, they were not published, but we compared different parameters and for men and women, and women were always showing better results for men. And here we looked at number of copies and age and the ability to remain ambulant. And you can tell that the upper curve on the first picture is about patients with SMA-free-B with 4 copies of the gene. They are most likely to remain ambulant for a long time. Now the red curve, it's 3B, so those who develop the disease later, 3A, then we have statistically relevant difference. And we also looked at the number of copies and the phenotype of patients. And it is all in line with the overall opinion that the number of copies is a general modifier. The more copies, the milder progression. And we have patients with SMA-free with 3 copies, and we have of genes, and we have patients with SMA-1 with 3 copies. We know that there are some mutations with SMA-A that actually improves the prognosis. So patients who have only 2 copies, for instance, of the gene are still ambulant in the long run. So perhaps we should look for more factors. So we do have a treatment available, and the overall awareness has raised. Do we still need the register of patients with SMA? And given all these purposes that the register serves, I believe so. First of all, we need that for clinical trials. Another thing, well, the register really facilitated the recruitment of patients for the drug program. In Mazowsze region, we have over 130 patients with SMA. Currently, we have over 70 patients in treatment. We would like to have them all, but obviously these are all patients, adults and children likewise. We have still 30 adult patients waiting for treatment, but the register helped us reach out to the patient in a very short time. Another role of the register, and a challenge actually too, or a task, is assessment of the drug, efficacy and the safety after it is marketed. So this is post-market marketing surveillance, and it helps us monitor various functions so we can assess the efficacy in the real world when the drug is used on a large scale with many patients. So perhaps the assessment of the combined therapies. So the register may serve many purposes, but obviously it would have to have more data included. And there is a Treat NMD supported program supported by Biogene to actually expand the register. We have partially expanded the register, but this is a big project and a lot of work, since here we have detailed data, including the results of the physiotherapeutic tests and the quality of life data. Probably very soon you will get the request to fill in the new survey so that we can add on this data. As you know very well, the register is also important for the plan of the rare diseases. So in a sort of broad perspective, it is really appreciated. For instance, we may check where reference centers should be set up given the population of patients. So what is the breakdown of the population in individual regions? And that would be the final slide. I would like to thank everyone who's part of the register and everyone who actually responds to our questionnaires, because they should be updated on an annual basis, and we will probably do it soon. I would like to thank my colleagues who are helping build the register and maintain it. I have to say that many years we worked as volunteers, but we are happy that we can be useful. Thank you, and I would like to congratulate organizers. Thank you so much. A lot of useful information. Any questions? Cannot see any questions. The next presentation that we have on the agenda is support for people with disabilities and their families in Poland. Mrs. Kołakowska from the Department of Adaptation for People with Disabilities at the Welfare Center in Wrocław. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I am really pleased to take part in the 9th weekend. My name is Kamila Kołakowska. For 13 years, I've been working with people with disabilities. I am the deputy head of the departments for people with disabilities at the Social Assistance Center. And today's topic is support for people with disabilities and their families in Poland, system solutions. Well, I was invited to this conference to discuss various forms of support, financial and beyond that. Because until today, we actually have a lot of people who do not know about various programs that can support their independent life. I will be talking about four main blocks. I promise to be time disciplined, but the topic is vast, so I will try to walk you through all these blocks. So let me start with a decision about disability. Then we will have financial support. After that, I will speak about various tasks performed by the organizations that support people with disabilities, and then about programs and projects that support independent living. As you know very well, the basic document is the official decision on disability. When the diagnosis is made early in life, parents often claim that this is not needed. And of course, this document is not mandatory, but it helps a lot because many things that I'm going to discuss are based on the presumption that there is this disability certificate. So certificates of disability for people under the age of 16 are issued by the county level teams. And these certificates are issued for purposes other than disability pensions. It is also important to mention that clients come and, for instance, they bring their certificate issued by the Social Security Office. But a certificate of disability issued by the Social Security Office does not provide a lot of rights. For instance, special parking places in the parking lots. Obviously, we do have two instances in the system. So if the county level team issued the decision that you're not happy about, you can go to the regional level. And if you disagree with the decision of the regional level, you can go to the court. But customers often claim, wow, but this is expensive because you need to hire a lawyer. Well, for this type of the procedure, you don't need a lawyer. You just file an appeal to the regional team through the intermediation of the county level team. Now, many people ask, what about pandemic? Well, right now, whenever this certificate of disability expired during the pandemic, is going to be still valid until 90 days after the end of the pandemic. In addition to that, you may also stand in front of the commission. It's usually done remotely. And then you can actually get the decision and the certificate. And the certificate that has expired will continue to be valid 90 days after the end of the pandemic. We have two systems to certify disability. One is this county level teams, and the other one is Social Security Office. The decision of the Social Security Office leads to the disability pension. I'm saying that both are needed because these are two disability certificates that are issued for different purposes. Social Security Office issues their certificates for the purposes of disability pension, while the other certificate of disability is issued for the purpose of various discounts, deductions, and privileges. But it is important to acknowledge that there are different grades of disability to engage in the gainful work. So a frequent question pops up many times. Well, if I have a certificate of disability claiming that I'm not able to work, does it mean that I cannot work? Well, no, it doesn't mean you can work, but every 3 months you need to check the so-called threshold of your earnings to check if your earnings will not lead to the suspension of the disability pension. Another important thing is the application for the social pension. To be eligible, you have to be 18 years of age or older, and the medical commission has to certify that you're completely unable to work. Another new thing is so-called supplementary benefit, so-called 500 plus.
Jest tak zwane świadczenie uzupełniające, ale my je otrzymamy w momencie, kiedy
the supplementary benefit can be paid only to people whose benefits are under 1,772 zlotys, 1,772 zlotys. A possible financial support. Please take a look at the numbers that are displayed. Care benefit is paid on a monthly basis to people with the moderate and advanced disability, and this is 215, nearly 216 zlotys. And the decision to pay this benefit is made by the municipality and the social assistance centers. Another option is care allowance for the caregivers, and currently it is 1,971 zlotys. And again, this is arranged at the municipal offices or the social assistance centers. Many times I get a question about the difference between care allowance and so-called special care benefit. Well, the main difference between the two is that the special benefit is only for people who, according to the family code, are obliged to pay alimonies. The difference between the two benefits is huge because this one is only 620, and currently we have court decisions which actually grant higher benefit to the spouses or to the caregivers. So the latter one over 1,900. In addition to that, there are some other allowances that can be offered. Another form of support, if someone is in a difficult life situation, there could be a social assistant allowance or a welfare allowance, and then there is an income criterion that is fairly low, 700 zlotys for a single person, and for a person in a family is 528 zlotys. And this is granted to people who have moderate or advanced disability. And there is also a fixed allowance and a periodical allowance. So, getting ready for this presentation, I was talking to people, to families that have SMA children, and now we are actually getting to things that are more relevant to you, and these are things that I do, that I pursue every day in my work. And here I have a beautiful quote, namely that specialized equipment and technologies that may help maximize independence and help optimize the outcomes of care. So these are the needs of people with SMAs. Obviously, I understand that this is not an exhaustive list, but these are the needs that we can support financially. I will provide more details. What is offered? Additional co-financing for special vehicles, verticalizers, and orthosis. At the county level, because myself, I work at the Wrocław City Social Assistance Center, and I ask the question whether all these things that I'm talking about are applicable to everywhere. Well, right now I'm going to speak about things that are available at the county level or at the city family support centers or social assistance centers. They certainly have departments or units in their structure that take advantage of funding from the National Fund for Rehabilitation of People with Disabilities. So there are also allowances for housing adaptations, bathroom adaptations, or adaptations for lifts, or adaptation of the computer equipment. Another line is financial support for rehabilitation camps. And there is a program, Active Local Government, that helps remove barriers in mobility. I have to say that this is something that actually is in great demand. For instance, financing for the electrical wheelchairs and scooters and repairs of these vehicles. In addition to that, we may also use the funding to remove the barriers in accessing digital worlds, so especially adjusted computers, mice, keyboards, etc. Okay, let's start with the functional barriers and how they can be removed. Well, you can actually have it done at each county level social assistance center. And from this funding line, 95% of the project cost can be covered. However, there is a cap, which is equivalent of the 15 average wages in the national economy. But there are three types of barriers: architectural, communication, and technical. There is no closed catalog of services. The precondition to get financing is just the fact that this equipment should be related to the disability. And in terms of removing architectural barriers, it's fairly easy to imagine that. These are any sort of things that you may have in the building or close vicinity that make mobility more difficult. And we may, for instance, run the adaptation of the bathroom or the stairs with the special platforms, bathtub lifters, ceiling lifters, so any technical equipment that will actually improve the quality of life for people with disabilities. So the question is when such applications should be filed, and this is an important question because I've heard from many people, but oh, I was applying and I was denied. Well, this is the sort of special feature of our operations.
będzie naprawdę optymalny, bo nie ma terminu konkretnego, który bym powiedziała, że od którego można składać wnioski, to jest mniej więcej
But
pierwszy kwartał.
I should say that the best time to file application is the first quarter of the year, because this is when counties get budgets and this is when they have to make allocations. So probably the best time is to apply in the mid of Q1 each year. Now, barriers in communication. This is the program that is dedicated to people with sensoric impairments or disabilities, like visual impairments or deafness, but also people in wheelchairs get financing for specialized equipment, computer equipment, and technical barriers. Well, it could be anything. It could be any technical equipment that makes mobility easier, all kind of carriers or transporters. Another program that might be important for SMA community and often used by SMA patients is co-financing for orthopedic equipment and ancillary equipment. So the Family Support Center may provide financing for such purposes when this orthopedic appliance is actually included in so-called limit set by the National Health Fund. And right here, I sort of prepare the whole pathway to illustrate it. So first we go to the physician who has to prescribe that, and then for this medical product to be actually funded from PEF, from the Disability Fund funding, we have to go to the store that has a contract with the National Health Fund. And then we go to the Family Support Center or Social Assistance Center. And here are some examples of wheelchair acquisition. So if we go to the store and this orthopedic appliance, because the list of medical products and devices is actually an attachment to the regulation on medical products that are prescribed as per request. So the list is very long. I selected a few items that are most relevant. For instance, all wheelchairs, all kinds of braces, and verticalization assistance devices. So we applied to the Family Support Center to add additional financing. And this is up to the 150% of the limit set by the National Health Fund. For instance, if you have the special purpose wheelchair, the limit set by the National Health Fund is 3,000 zlotys. And then Family Support Center, PCPR, can provide up to 150%. This year, we offer maximum possible amount, so 4,500 zlotys, 4,500 zlotys. So altogether, we have 3,000 plus 4,500, and altogether the co-financing of electrical vehicle is 7,500 zlotys. Rehabilitation equipment. Here there is one important thing. How come? What is the rehabilitation? How can you tell what is the rehabilitation equipment and what is the orthopedic appliance? The main criterion is that the rehabilitation equipment, which may be funded from this funding line, is that the rehabilitation equipment is not covered by health insurance. And there is no definition of rehabilitation equipment. The only thing that is required is that this equipment has to be used at home, and the co-financing may be as high as 80% of total costs.
Bardzo dużą popularnością i zainteresowaniem cieszą się turnusy
rehabilitation camps are in great demand.
Jest to wyjazdowa forma
This is
rehabilitacyjnej, która trwa zazwyczaj 2 tygodnie.
Form of social rehabilitation that usually takes 2 weeks. This is not like a resort, because if you go to the health spa, then you are being referred by the National Health Fund. Here, the participation in the rehabilitation depends on the degree of disability. Currently, it is 1,704 zlotys, and the caregiver is given 1,136 zlotys. And other programs. Here, sometimes people get confused because there are so many different programs. Because we had orthopedic appliances, rehabilitation equipment, rehabilitation camps, and these are ongoing permanent tasks that have to be delivered and provided by all the family support centers and social assistance centers. But during the past few years, the local governments have actually taken over some tasks from the National Disability Fund. And to participate in this program, one must meet a number of different criteria. The program is called Active Local Government, and it is usually launched every year at the end of March. At the end of March, counties are signing their contract with the National Disability Fund, and call for proposals are accepted until the end of August. The program has a lot of forms of support, and all these forms of support that I'm showing here are matching the needs of people with SMA. For instance, acquisition and installation of the support equipment for the vehicle. So it's usually all kinds of lifts, ramps, additional belts. So it's 10,000 zlotys is the maximum allowance, and patient's contribution has to be at least 15%. It can be higher, but the minimum threshold is 15%. Under the active local government program, we may get financing for the driver's license. And here the maximum limit is 4,800 zlotys, and the own contribution of 25% is required. Another task that is delivered under this active local government program is support for the acquisition of the electronic equipment. And this program is addressed mainly to people with visual impairments and blind people. But it is said that also people with disabilities who have dysfunctions of upper extremities can be eligible. Maximum funding 7,000 zlotys, and the minimum own contribution is 10%. Applications have to be filed by the end of August. Another program that may support better functioning and independent living is co-financing for electrical vehicles, electrical wheelchairs. Here, this allowance is much higher. So it is 10,000 zlotys for electrical wheelchair, but it is still possible to increase this amount to up to 25,000 zlotys. So far, I have never come across a situation where people with motor disabilities, people with dystrophies, were denied this increased funding for some additional headrests or belts. It is important to mention that we do have a minimum own contribution, which is 10%, but it can be covered with the limit of the National Health Fund. So the limit that you get for the special wheelchair is 3,000 zlotys. So if you combine all these possibilities altogether, you can get 28,000 zlotys of funding for your electrical wheelchair. It is also important to mention that support is offered to maintain the scooter. No own contribution is required. So first you can actually repair your scooter, and then you just present the invoice for reimbursement. You can apply for the repair allowance every year, and this is 1,000 zlotys for batteries. This is just one restriction. Another program is support for the acquisition of the scooter, electrical scooter. For many years, it was not possible. As a new thing, we have ancillary equipment for the wheelchair. So all these additional things that you can see in the picture. The maximum limit is 7,500 zlotys. And I have to say that these additional features and fixtures are very much in demand. Another task in Wrocław, every year, on average, we have 200 clients of different ages and with different disabilities who study. So we provide financing for the costs of higher education. So here we can provide funding for this university education at the graduate, undergraduate and graduate level, and also doctoral level. But it is important to say that each person with a disability that applies for such support gets funding, a so-called invoice, not more than 4,000 zlotys. So this application cannot be really denied. So we have a lot of students. We have people who actually take the second course of studies or go to the third faculty. Financing is offered to cover tuition and also additional allowance once every semester. It doesn't have to be accounted for. It's up to 1,000 zlotys, but this is so-called incentive allowance. So if you actually progress during your course of study, you can get more allowance. And here is a different form of support. This is mostly for people or families that have newborns with defects. For the past few years, we had a new institution, and we have family assistants who provide support on a temporary basis. Let's say that suddenly there is disability in the family. You can apply to the social assistance center to get such assistance. And there is no interview, there is no income criterion. This is strictly an assistant who will actually take the family by the hand and walk it through the first few months or sometimes through the year to learn how to navigate the disability. So how to apply for the disability certificate, how to apply for various financing, etc., etc. So this is important to point out because I have to say that we get a lot of good feedback from these families. For instance, after 6 months, well, thank you for your support. Now we know everything, where to go, what to apply for. So please bear it in mind that such a form of support, such assistance, are available at the social assistance centers. So they are family assistants who work with mothers and women, pregnant women. And finally, I would like to mention another form of care that is relatively new from 2019 as part of so-called Solidarity Fund. The ministry runs the program of personal assistance and respite care. All the studies and surveys show that equipment is important. All the forms of financial support are important, but one of the vital things for the families is to have an assistant, personal assistant for a person with disability, and an option to use respite care. I do recommend that because I know that not all the municipalities and counties join this program. So talk to your social assistance centers and find out whether these programs are operated there. Using our own example, I may say that we have both programs from the onset. We are the large municipality, so the funding that we get is used to actually work with the NGOs that work with people with disabilities. For instance, respite care is approximately 240 hours per person, and for personal assistance, it's in the form of the annual programs. Regretfully, this is just a program. Hopefully, in the future, family assistance or personal assistance will become part of the legal framework. Because as of today, these are annual programs and you have to reapply. But it's good to see that there is more and more being said about this assistance. More and more organizations apply for funding, also EU funding. So just check with your local social assistance forms, centers, whether they do it, and talk to the NGOs that do support people with disabilities, because they also raise funding for that purpose. And at that point, I would like to thank you for your attention. I was really pleased to be part of the event. Thank you. Are there any questions? I have a question about these two programs that you talked about at the end. So personal assistance and respite care. I understand that this is optional for local governments, right? And how come that there is such a difference in the number of hours that are allocated and in the method to allocate it? And in my town, my hometown, the personal assistance program was launched at the end of June. So you said that this is the annual program. So we have annual program, but for 6 months we don't have assistants available. Myself, I work and I need an assistant to work. And my mom applied for the respite care, and she was denied because of the lack of funding. So there are huge disproportions between different local governments. I have to agree. I may only offer our personal experience and experience of the Wrocław municipality. Now, there are differences, but we have two independent programs, personal assistance and the respite care. And there are strictly defined rules for each program. Last year, we had 30 hours of assistance per month. This year, we have 60 hours per month, but for the respite care, it's 240 hours per year. So yes, there are differences, 60 hours for assistance and 240 hours of the respite care. So our municipality, Wrocław municipality, applied for both programs in December 2020. What happens next? We are waiting and waiting, and the community of people with disabilities sent the petition so that there is no delay and this gap in time. Now in February, we get the letter from the governor of the region that saying that we need to reduce our request, that we need to reapply, but we have to make our request reduced by 50%. So we applied, and then we waited. In May, we made inquiries, and only in July we were able to sign the contract. We ran the call for proposals, and we start with this program since only from September. What can we do? We can just monitor, we can sign letters and requests. So Wrocław is going to launch it in September? Yes. So each municipality can do it at different time? Well, you need to sign the agreement between the municipality and the governor, and our agreement was signed on the 27th of July. Myself, I am such an assistant. I am assistant of Agnieszka Filipowska. I have worked like that for some time, and the only problem that is really important to mention is that there are no assistants. Why? Because there are these huge gaps in time. The last project ended on the 15th of December last year. By end of June, everything was put on hold. So people who work as assistants have to look for other employment. And then the ministry actually decided to reduce the costs and the headcount by 50%, then we've got a problem. In some municipalities, we have shortage of assistants. Assistants who could actually bring some help to you. So my point is that you should put pressure on municipalities and on the ministry, because it really works. My patients really write and they get answers, and because of that, as I think, Gliwice were able to get the contract earlier than the agreement signed earlier than other cities. So 240 hours of respite care is for the whole year. So this is only 20 hours per month. And in Gliwice, we have a lot of rejections. Because what we get from the ministry is not sufficient. But your activity is also important here. This is how we can actually get more out of this government for you. We've been working together with Agnieszka for some time, and I think that it has been quite positive. And I am trying to help the family, and therefore Agnieszka's parents can work, because I support the family. So we have 60 hours per month. And obviously it was because it was requested by people. Yes, so you have to appeal and appeal and appeal, and you have to petition, petition, petition. I agree. Until it becomes a legal institution, there will be problem with continuity. As long as this is only program-based, there will be difficulties, and there will be gaps. I've heard that they may add it as a statutory task for the municipality. We'll see. I want to encourage you to actually exert pressure. And the more people do it, the more likely is that we succeed. 2 years ago, it was a fairly fast process, but only once. Unfortunately, this part of the discussion is off the microphone, and therefore interpreters cannot hear the question. I want to ask about co-financing for the braces, orthopedic braces, because I reapplied for that, but I think that the last time I applied was 3 years ago or so. So I'm not sure if it's possible to reapply and to get the financing for that earlier. Well, when I discussed the orthopedic equipment or orthopedic appliances, well, I should have mentioned that there is like a grace period for each item. I think that in terms of the orthopedic braces, there is a regulation which says that people with advanced disability need to go and see their physician. So this is your first step. And then you have to remember that for each type of appliance, you need a different specialist. So the specialist, the physician, will decide whether you're eligible, and I'm sure that he would or she would help you get it. Obviously, we have the law for life, so this is mostly for children, but then people with advanced disability are also eligible. Okay, any further questions, or can we move on? Thank you. It was a wealth of knowledge. This is a complex topic, and all of us struggle with it. Now we have another presentation by Agata Spała, and this is about professional activity of SMA. Hello, everyone. I think that the topic is important for many people with SMA, and this topic is difficult because assistants are people who are actually helping us be professionally active. My name is Agata Spała, and I have to say that I am an SMA person, and I am vocational advisor, entrepreneur. I run 2 businesses, and based on my own experience and based on my experience with working with people with disabilities, I would like to say what is important to be professionally active despite the disease. You can still work, but there is a number of factors for that, and I would like to discuss that from 2 perspectives: vocational advisor and patient and entrepreneur who has been active for some years.
Myśląc też o tych wcześniejszych prezentacji, o tych wszystkich kwestiach związanych z dofinansowaniem.
So, speaking of the first presentation about the financing, I think that you know very well that the funding is not sufficient.
Może pokrywać. Między innymi praca i możliwość podejmowania tej roli zawodowej jest jednym z takich
and ability to work
ale ponieważ chciałabym, żeby to był dzisiaj tylko taki suchy wykład, to mam nadzieję, że
is important. I don't want to make it a dry presentation, so I want to encourage you to take part in the discussion and share your expertise. So during the next 20 minutes, we will be speaking about the professional activity.
Na końcu też chciałabym, jeżeli ktoś z Państwa będzie chciał porozmawiać już osobiście albo skontaktować się w tym temacie, jakby gdzieś
Well, if you want to talk to me later, I will provide you with my details, and
Pierwsza kwestia to jest taka,
you may talk to me directly.
tak naprawdę jest i w jakich obszarach my możemy mówić o aktywności zawodowej. To ja może na początku tak poproszę, jeżeli tutaj są z nami osoby, które są aktywne zawodowo, to żeby podniosły rękę albo krzyknęły ja, albo powiedziały, która jest aktywna zawodowo.
Raise your hands and tell me who are occupationally active. I can see that some of you are really active. That's great. How do you express your activity? There are several areas where we can develop our career and offer some occupational activity. Some of the areas are more active. Sometimes you have some internship. I started with internship and I was a volunteer in the past, and then I could be hired, and I also carried out my own business activity. I was an entrepreneur at some point, and I know people in our community, those who are SMA patients actually are entrepreneurs as well, and I cooperate with them. You can organize and set up an NGO. You can be involved in some civil activity. So whenever we speak about activity, professional and occupational activity, we include also areas that help us raise our competence in different ways. Let me pose a question. Why do I need to be professionally active? Why should I work at all? A question to you. Why do you work? Why do you go to work? Why do you want to be active professionally? I'm sure something comes up to your mind. If you want to share the ideas with me, I do encourage that. Whenever I ask this question, people who are around me, why are you looking for a job? Why would you like to change something? Because to take up a job means that you change something in your life, your lifestyle changes, and so on and so forth. I often hear answers that it means activity, active life. For me, for example, using my own example, work is added value for me. It means self-fulfillment. It means that I can earn money, I can be surrounded by people. And in a situation when my body has a number of limitations, this feeling of activity, of influence is extremely important from the psychological point of view. It is extremely important to reach a balance in your life. Work means encounters. It means that you have contact with other people. It means personal development. Whenever you become professionally active, when I think about some profession, some occupation, for example, someone is a tutor and teaches English. Early on, you must say that you're learning first. You don't have a lot of students, but with time, you build your brand, for example, and you develop your skills and you have more students. Work means that you feel important. Every one of us has their own motivation.
their own ideas about employment, and you feel important, you are doing something in your life, you have people surrounding you, and despite disabilities, and despite the fact that it is very difficult sometimes, you have this feeling of doing something important, that you take care of yourself, that you develop, you are surrounded by people, you feel important. Speaking of work, it is about earning money, so this is important from this point of view, but it's also about self-fulfillment, about your dreams coming true. It means that you can travel, you can buy some appliances, for example, that you need. So let me be clear about that. It's important psychologically, but it's also financially important. It allows you to earn money, which has an impact on other areas of life. Right, so I'm convinced I want to be professionally active, but how shall I start? And some people ask me, is it possible? Do I have a chance of getting employment despite my disabilities? Taking into account my disabilities, my limitations, can I compete with people who do not have any disabilities? I believe you can be competitive. It is important to have a plan for yourself. And a question arises, how can I do that? So let me mention a few steps. What is important to launch your professional activity? I believe that despite the fact whether it's employment or building some relationships or becoming independent or moving out from your parents or cooperating with your assistant, sometimes this cooperation is difficult from the outset. I'm speaking as a person with disabilities. I have my own experience, and I know that it is important to say, I want to do that. I'm not sure whether I'm going to succeed, but it is important to make a first step forward and start searching around. You have to focus on activities and on action. You have to make a decision in order to achieve some effect, an effect you would like to strive for. And you have to help yourself. And I must say that apart from action and activities, you need to be positive and you need to have a positive attitude. So it's about motivation, for example, and from the very outset, if you are convinced you are not going to succeed, you might fail, unfortunately, because whenever you undertake some action, it needs certain efforts. And efforts are difficult. You have to focus on activity. The same goes for rehabilitation. People who suffer from SMA, they know that rehabilitation is extremely important. Is it easy? We all know that it's not easy. There are some difficult days, efforts are difficult, but in order to achieve effects, in order to improve our health condition, to delay the progression of the disease, let's not say that we're going to fail. Let us be positive. This is the first step forward. We start with our mind. Then the next step, looking for an idea about ourselves. What am I good at? What am I good at doing? And this question is extremely difficult for some of us. If we cannot formulate it precisely. We can look around and ask our acquaintances, friends, relatives, do they see some competence that we have? We are not very good at seeing our advantages. So if you have some difficulties, let me suggest this exercise. Ask others, what competence do I have? What are my advantages? So we start with our mind, with the idea about ourselves. What next? When I know what skills I have, the next step comes. What I'm interested in, what I would like to focus on in terms of my activity. I remember that when I started working, I believed I wanted to work with people. So currently I'm mainly the lecturer, the trainer. I offer training sessions for employers who would like to employ people with disabilities. And I'm trying to convince them that it is extremely important and worthwhile, and any company can employ people with disabilities, taking into account things you have to do to adapt the working place so that it is suitable for people with disabilities. Was I always certain that I want to be a trainer? No, but I always knew I want to help others, so I was aware of that, and then I wanted to make the next step forward and specialize in it. So it is important to be curious, look for topics, for themes we're interested in, something we're really interested in and curious about naturally. Some people believe that this online life and remote work offers new possibilities. You can develop your competences, skills in areas which would have been unimaginable 10, 15 years ago. The next step that I would suggest is ask others who are involved in something we're interested in about their way to be good at that. Why have they chosen such an area? For example, if I want to be an artist and I would contact a person who is good at it. We have a lot of social media outlets. We can use Instagram, we can use Facebook. So it's not a problem to reach out to someone who is good at something we want to be doing. So some of you might think, and some of the customers, clients tell me, Aga, do you suggest I can write directly to a person I'm interested in contacting? And I'm saying, yes, just write to him or her, because sometimes we limit ourselves. We think that, oh, that's a stupid question, and he or she will never answer me if I send him or her a message. Be courageous and contact a person you admire, someone who is good at something we would like to be doing professionally. The next step, the fourth step would be, why would I do that? What is the purpose of doing something professionally in this area? What for? It is extremely important from the point of view of our motivation, determination. I'm running two businesses and I combine professional activity, rehabilitation, civil activities, and sometimes I encounter physical and mental and psychological difficulties. And sometimes I'm asking myself, what for? So then I try to remember why it is important for me from the psychological point of view, that this work gives me positive emotions. And when you tackle this question, you can see the way forward. You have to dream, I believe in that. And even if your dream today seems unrealistic, you never know when your dreams come true. So whenever we are looking for a way forward, for a way to shape ourselves, it takes time. It means change. So when you embark on your path towards professional activity, you have to give yourself time. It takes time to develop. And the next step, you have to shape details about looking for a job. Maybe you want to go through internship, through training, and you have to use the resources such as NGOs, foundations, associations, companies, people. You can contact someone who can help you have your first experience in this area. And when you think seriously about being active in this particular area, check the situation in the market, in this business. For example, you might want to be involved in handcrafts. And if you are passionate about it, and you really like it, when you think about earning money using this skill, you have to consider whether some people might be interested in something I produce. Will they buy it? So when you think about your professional future, you might look around and analyze the demand in the market. Do I have to do it on my own? No. Do contact people, professionals who are involved in professional counseling or can offer some advice, professional advice, and do contact these people, NGOs, funds, associations, and so on and so forth. You can contact some community centers. They have counselors. You can contact employment centers, and so on and so forth. And the seventh step is act. Do this. So this is the huge step forward. This is the step when you devise your goal, your objective, and you act. For example, if you have some dreams, some ideas about your professional activity, you can take advantage of some questionnaires, of tests, and examine your skills, your talents, and think about your image. I like this. I personally like this topic, self-presentation in the labor market. You have to consider your image. When we think about the image, it's not only your appearance. Today, when you have a lot of social media activities, you have to think about your image, about your personal brand on the internet. A lot of businesses are looking for employees, and very often businesses are looking for future employees, checking their profiles on social media. For example, someone has an inscription on the profile, I don't want to work. I'm not sure this person is open to work. So please think about the way you present yourselves on the website, in social media. Are you interested in traditional work or maybe remote work? The pandemic has changed a lot, and there are a lot of advantages as a result of these changes for people with disabilities. You can be working remotely. You can cooperate remotely with your employer. A lot of teams are working online. So when we speak about office work, work in an office, it is one thing, but now you can use the internet connection. And how can you use the internet to offer your skills and develop your professional activity? For example, let us remember that today, when someone is looking for a job, what do they do? What is the first step? They are looking for job announcements on websites such as pracuj.pl. For people with disabilities, we have the website People with Disabilities Capable of Proficient Work. So you can use these resources, online resources. You can present yourselves, your hobbies, your competence, your skills. I'm sure that there are some of the people here in the room who are active in the internet, and they are building their personal image and their personal brand. And it is worthwhile to think about new professions. For example, you can be an expert in social media, for example. When you're asking young people what they would be good at, in the past, someone wanted to be a firefighter, a physician. Now, young people want to be influencers or YouTubers or bloggers or sell something using Instagram. So times have changed, and it is worthwhile to pay attention to that. So there are new jobs, new professions, new occupations, and do take advantage of that. IT specialists, online journalists, and if you are a psychologist or a counselor, or you want to be a tutor, you can do it online. The pandemic has proved that in this online surrounding, we have to find our place. And I must say that when we were locked down during the pandemic and I had limited access to specialists, and when the therapist suggested that we can exercise online, I was surprised because it's something different than offline exercises. But at some point when I could use this online connection, it was the only possible way to exercise at that point.
Na pewno warto na to zwrócić uwagę. Tutaj wcześniej, podczas wcześniejszej prezentacji przede mną, była też mowa o
During the previous presentation, we heard about possible benefits for people with disabilities. These are things that you can take advantage of. And I just want you to know that employers who hire people with disabilities also get some benefits. Therefore, I often encourage people to be their own ambassadors in the labor market. Not every employer knows that they can actually get 1,950 zlotys as a co-financing for the remuneration paid to a person with disability. Well, it seems that companies should know that, but I know from experience that many times they don't. And I think that when you are a person with disability and you are looking for a job, you should really tell the employers that your employment will be subsidized. So get educated about it. If someone is interested in the topic, I encourage you to reach out to me, and I can provide you some guidance. I think that for many people, a job can be like making your dreams come true. When you think about the dreams, they are often about traveling or buying things, but you may also have dreams about working. And I think that there are several things that make the dreams happen. First of all, you have to believe in yourself. You have to make the decision to start doing something. Other people may help you, or you can be passionate about it, or you can get rid of some negative convictions, because limitations will be out there, let's face it. But you may have your own convictions that block you. And let me share the quote. This is my favorite quote that I often revisit whenever my motivation goes down. This is what Coco Chanel said once. It may happen that you were born with no wings, but the important thing is not to let them grow. And I think that it should be a good closing note. As a person with SMA, you may often think about your physical limitations, and you can actually look at them as the wings that have never been grown or have been trimmed by the disease. But the most important thing is to let them grow, because through activity, the wings get growing and they give you a boost for life, motivation to pursue your work and your dreams. And I want to encourage you to get this insight. Thank you for your attention, and these are my contact details if you want to talk to me about employment or employers. Thank you. Thank you. It was highly inspiring and motivating. And from the parental perspective, I may say that this is also important for parents to see that their child can find a place for herself or himself out in the world. Another presentation is about psychology. So what is happening in our head? Marta Żurowska and Nina Borecka. Good afternoon. My name is Marta Żurowska, and I am a psychologist and a psychotherapist and a supervisor. And this is Nina. My name is Nina. I am a student in the 5th year of psychology. And please have some understanding for me, as I have a stage fright. Well, we prepared the presentation for you, and I want to say that I am really happy that psychological topic is part of the agenda of this conference. Psychological aspect is many times skipped, but it's very important. And the purpose of this presentation is to share with you what's going on in the head of the person who's living with a chronic disease, but also what is going on in the heads of her or his family and siblings. So we will talk about the stress, what it is, and how disease affects how we feel, what are the psychosomatic symptoms, what is the so-called caregiver syndrome, and what are the symptoms of depression and dysthymia, and how to take care of your mental health. So stress is mental distress that is arising during the situation of threat, difficulty, or inability to attain important goals, tasks, or values. And when we are stressed, we experience strong negative emotions. We want to say that the chronic disease is definitely a source of stress. As you know, it is a great challenge right from the start, from the onset of the disease, when we get the diagnosis, when we have to struggle with the healthcare system, being the patient, the need for physical therapy and rehabilitation, and struggling with education, applying for all kind of assistance. So all these things take up a lot of our resources, and people with chronic disease are getting depleted of their resources very quickly. While we need to take care of a lot of tasks, we have to develop many new skills, and possibilities are not out there. Therefore, the chronic disease is a major stressor. And this disease affects not only the patient, but the entire family, parents and siblings. They have to cope with the effects of the disease, but also our friends. We find ourselves in the situation where we need to come up with the new solutions to be able to keep living in congruence with our goals and values. Marta said quite a lot about it. Chronic disease is a stressful life event which depletes us of our resources. And it can be a major burden since we have to develop new skills. Coping with the disease, coping techniques can be also stressful. For instance, rehabilitation or treatment. The chronic disease may be actually referred to as long-term sustained emotional strain because of its progressive nature, and we may feel threatened, uncertain, angry, or depressed. Important, if not the most important thing that we need to do is to accept the disease. It is important for us and for the family. And this is a very long process. We have to accept the limitations. That come with the disease. But as Agata Spała has already mentioned, the important thing that we need to have this sense of agency and control in our life. As this really determines whether we are able to accept the disease. And if we accept the disease, we will be able to experience positive emotions in our life. The acceptance process is a long-lasting process. It has a number of stages. It takes a lot of time, but it also takes support. And the acceptance of the disease depends not only on the external circumstances, whether we have support of the family and whether we have financial support. It also depends on where we actually were born and what is happening in our heads. It depends on our nature, temperament. The disease does not define us as a person. And all these things actually matter and determine ability to accept the disease. So how we perceive our own disease and what it depends on. First of all, it depends on how we see the underlying causes. It also depends on the symptoms and our own image that we carry of ourselves and our beliefs about the treatment and it also depends on the projection or prognosis of further treatment. And we can experience various emotions. So if the patient takes the disease as a threat, then he or she may experience fear and anxiety. If the patient believes that this is a certain barrier, an obstacle that will prevent him from attaining some goals, then there is anger. And if patient believes that he contributed to the disease, then there is a feeling of guilt. If the patient actually sees the disease as some irrevocable loss that deprives him or her of various things, then they feel a despair and sadness. But if there are positive emotions, there is hope, There is some excitement. There is some perception of challenge. But I want you to actually notice that each of us has room for all these emotions, not only for these negative emotions. Although it is said that there are no negative or positive emotions, there are just emotions, and everyone has the right to feel them. And we can actually accommodate all of them. Now, another important thing. At some point, when there is so much emotion in us and these emotions are so difficult, our body goes on strike. And we get so-called psychosomatic symptoms. We can break a rash, we can have an abdominal pain, or we may have impaired immunity. We can catch various infections. So in case of distress, we can have symptoms manifesting themselves at various systems of the body. It could be the muscle pains. It could be gastrointestinal tract problems. There could be infections, and it could be addictions. The new syndrome that has been recognized recently is caregiver stress syndrome. It is not documented but in the literature, but this is a set of symptoms developed by a person who's a caregiver to a chronic patient who is not able to live an independent life. And here we may have a number of symptoms similar to depression, apathy, being nervous, being angry, being frustrated, being depressed. And the underlying reason is the necessity to provide continuous care and the lack of contact with the external world. So it is important to actually take care of the prevention, so to go out to the world. And if you cannot go out to the world, perhaps let it in your home. Invite people who can visit with you, who can actually help with something, who can be of help, and you can get some respite. And eventually we get to the depression. Depression is developed occasionally, not always, but it happens. And we are talking about it just to be mindful of that, to take notice if you see such symptoms. What are the types of depression? There is endogenous depression and reactive depression. Endogenous depression has biological underlying causes, so problems with neurotransmitters. In our brain, we have such neurotransmitters as you can see. This is biochemistry, basically. So it's all about some disorders of serotonins, noradrenalines, and to a lesser extent, dopamine. And if we have such disorders, then this is the endogenous depression. And we have reactive depression when it manifests itself in the result of various life developments. It is important to note that the reactive depression has no psychotic symptoms, such as and there is more emphasis placed on psychotherapy, and there is less risk of relapse. While in case of the endogenous depression, we have more psychotic symptoms, and we need pharmacotherapy, and there is a greater risk of relapse. What are the symptoms of depression? Well, we need to meet 5 of these criteria that need to be present for at least 2 weeks. So feeling depressed, loss of interest, anhedonia. So things that were pleasurable so far suddenly are no longer interesting to us. We have problems with concentration, with attention, with memory. So we see some cognitive impairment, so to speak, fatigue, loss of energy, sleep disorders. Sleep disorders can manifest themselves through being sleepy all the time or spending sleepless nights. Another symptom of depression is when you feel guilty and with no reasons for it, and you may have suicidal thoughts. The clinical picture of depression in men is different than in women. First of all, men do not get depression as often as women. Actually, women have depression twice as often as men. And depression occurs later in men than in women, and it takes shorter time. And their symptoms is more about being angry and irritable and compulsive. For instance, they will compulsively exercise at the fitness club, or they will drink compulsively. And unfortunately, it's not a comforting, but according to studies, men, the last thing that the men would do to cope with the depression would be to talk to the specialist to get help. It's a pity that they do what they do, but unfortunately, men and also many women believe that being depressed means being weak. So sensitivity equals weakness, and this is like a stereotype that is quite pervasive. Also, from my practice, I can see like that 1/3 of my patients are men, and I can tell that this is quite embarrassing for them to come to the psychotherapist and ask for help. Depression in children and young people has a different picture. 2% of children get depression. This data is from 2014, and I believe that under pandemic, we will have a much higher percentage. Girls get depression twice as often as boys. And typical symptoms is feeling depressed, irritability, and being very highly irritable, and fists of anger, anhedonia. And in case of the younger children, very young children, it can be manifested through the headache or a belly ache, so it's more somatic. And there is also another disease called dysthymia. This is like a sister of depression. It has similar symptoms, but they are not as hard as with the depression. The symptoms are long-term, at least 2 years, and this is the sustained and persistent low mood. Some problems with sleep, but these symptoms are not as difficult as in case that they would prevent you from actually your social. So what are the symptoms like appetite disorders, sleep disorders, fatigue, attention deficit, low self-assessment, inability to make decisions, and reluctance to get social. The patients usually say, well, I don't care about anything, nothing makes sense. But despite that they have low mood, they will still get up in the morning and they will get dressed and go to work. So how to tell the difference between the sadness and depression? Well, we have to remember that sadness is something which is part of life. And the fact that we have such difficult emotions in ourselves is just very human thing. But it is important to say that sadness may last for hours or days. Depression would persist for weeks or months or years if you have recurring depression. When you're sad, you have mood swings. With depression, you have no mood swings. Even when something positive or joyful happens in your life, you take it, but it doesn't lift up your mood. In case of sadness, there is no insomnia, but it is often the case with depression. You don't get anhedonia with that sadness, but you do with depression. You don't feel guilty when you're sad, and you feel guilty when you're depressed. And when you're depressed, you have suicidal thoughts. Sadness is usually directly related to some life events. Endogenous depression is not. And sadness does not affect our daily functioning. So if someone is sad, they are still go to work or to school. But when they are depressed, they are not able to do it. And when someone is sad, they are able to make a realistic assessment of the situation. But when they are depressed, not really. Now, how can you help yourself? First of all, it is important to seek help, to see the psychiatrist or a psychologist. We combine pharmacotherapy with psychotherapy. In terms of pharmacotherapy, we take drugs that work on the neurotransmitters. And these are ISSRs that may have some side effects, but they usually disappear after 2 weeks. And they are not benzodiazepines, so there is no risk of addiction. There are some myths that antidepressant can be addictive. No, they are not. And psychobehavioral therapy. Myself, I am a huge supporter of that school of psychotherapy. In CBT, we have main focus on the fact that how we feel physically because of our emotions, and what we do and how we behave does not depend on the situation, but on how we interpret or how we see the situation. So what thoughts come up in our heads when the situation occurs? And these thoughts depend on the convictions that we carry. And it would be vital to make sure that when we want to have a comprehensive care for people with SMA, we also provide psychological support. So that we can better cope with emotions. We can be more motivated to to work and to, I don't know, exercise. Because how can you exercise when you see that it's pointless, that you have no hope? Then it's really pointless. And you will never master the will to do it. Therefore, I believe that it is really important to add psychological support to the comprehensive care. Thank you. Thank you. We would like to thank both presenters. That was an important presentation. And the very fact that it has become part of our conference proves that ourselves as the organization, we see the need. And also we have the same feedback from the families. That was the last presentation, and I would like to thank everyone who was staying with us until the very end. And because this conference is online, I was told that a lot of people were joining with us remotely. I didn't tell you that earlier because I didn't want you to get stressed or intimidated, but this is the fact. So once again, thank you so much. Thank you for the past year, and hopefully we will meet back again next year with the same group or even larger. And please stay healthy.